721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell.
Come on, hit the like button for us, brothers and
With
sisters.
a great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. Who we be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, the highest gathering in Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us, together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled here. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. In Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, the highest gathering is right here. Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, the highest gathering is right here. Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be. Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians.
Come on, hit the like button for us, brothers and sisters.
Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, our highest gathering Israel.
Shalom, brothers and sisters. This is Elder Ricard Shiar of the Gathering of Christ Church, here for that's right, weekly blog program. Usually it turns into a Bible study and history, but all in all, Wednesday it's usually some type of blog talk, all right, where we're blogging, discussing a lot of issues that are affecting our people in hopes of reversing the curse. Speaking of reversing the curse, a lot of people out there who may run into this fairly new might ask, well, what is exactly this? These Bible people who are talking on the line concerning not just religious issues, political issues. What's going on with these guys? Well, strictly for you, for those who may have fallen on these particular broadcasts, we are the children of Israel according to the Bible, first and foremost. The children of Israel in exile. It was prophesied that our people would go into captivity and serve all nations before the coming of our Lord and Savior, who would save us out of these conditions. That's right. We are, in fact, the people who are living the curses of Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, the children of Israel who were sold into captivity and have now been freed through the knowledge bestowed upon us through our Lord and Savior Christ, according to the Bible. Now, I know a lot of you out there are thinking, my church have never told me any of this. What are you talking about? What's going on with y'all with this new stuff that no one have ever heard of? And see, and that's why, keep in mind, the Most High, through the Holy Spirit, through the epistles, said that he would send his apostles last. The whole world have been deceived. The black people who are downtrodden throughout the four corners of the earth and are being oppressed are in fact the children of Israel, the chosen people of God. So you might ask yourself, well, hold up. We were told that the Jews were the chosen people. And I don't understand. There's a conflict there. There is no conflict at all. Okay, because what you're getting confused is Jews through genealogy and bloodline, and or those who converted under Judaism. These are two separate things altogether. Like, for instance, if I was to become a Buddhist, and that would never happen, but if I was to become a Buddhist, it doesn't change my ethnicity to Chinese. Okay? Hence, just because someone converts to Judaism, it doesn't make them the original people, according to the Bible. You can't go into DNA and try to study DNA and all these things to try to figure out who the children of Israel are. It's simple. The Bible is a prophetic book. You look at the prophecies concerning the people who've suffered in the earth according to the curses, where one particular people have fulfilled all of those, not just one or two, not just something that just happened as a blip in history, but still someone, been oppressed marginally or whatever the case is, but still are what? Are in authority and power in the earth. That's right. The children of Israel are suffering all of the curses written up in Deuteronomy 28, including slave ships. Okay. Now, does that make us racist? Do we hate other people, white people or what have you, because history books don't reflect these Bible truths? Absolutely not. We don't hate white people. We don't hate any other race of people. It's because no matter what the other races of people did to us in ignorance, we as a people, as black people, children of Israel, have free will and know the difference between right and wrong. So no, we can't judge white people or any other people for what they have done to us. Okay, what we can do is understand, read the prophecies, understand the law to reverse the curse. Okay, we're not looking for white people to fix our people. We're not looking for any political agendas out there that can fix our people, because people or politics didn't put us under the curses in which we would serve 4 empires before Christ returns and do what? That's right. Restore the children of Israel back to our original place and promise. So if you're asking whether or not we have a personal gripe against other people based on race or color, well, guess what? Hey, you got the wrong guys. Okay. To us, that's in of itself is immature. Okay. So we've graduated beyond just color, even though we're talking about color today. Okay. So if you don't understand, you probably ran into some people who their whole religion and they use the Bible just to talk about color. If you're looking for that, that's not what you're going to find today. You're not going to find us trying to berate another race of people to uphold ourselves. Okay, if that's the case, then we're no different than our oppressors. We're here to discuss colorism with the sheer fact of showing according to the Bible, what is the curse behind that? How is it that you have a people with such rich history ashamed of their own hue? Is it deeply rooted? Is it religious? How do we overcome the curse is our discussion today. Okay, so just stay tuned. Okay, before you prejudge or make some type of opinion or have some opinion on how you think this is going to actually pan out. But what we're talking about today in general, and we'll be opening up the phone lines, 515-605-9327 around 8:30. Okay, around 8 o'clock, we'll open up the lines and we'll talk about it. Okay. Now, a lot of you, again, may wonder, well, what are you talking about? The people of the Bible, the chosen people are Jewish. Well, no, reel back a little bit and understand history. Okay. Okay. And this is no slight on them. Okay. If someone was to bestow that title on us as chosen people, we would pick it up also and run with it. Who don't want to be the chosen, right? But this has nothing to do with personal opinion. If you want to know who's the children of Israel according to the Bible, you'll look at the people who were suffering in Egypt. Okay? Where Pharaoh, a political system, continually oppressed a specific people. Why? Because these people, by working within that geography, bless that nation. Okay? Under Abraham's promises, under Abraham's blessings, that the people will be blessed through Abraham's people. So the Egyptians didn't want to let the Israelites go because the Israelites made Egypt great. Okay? The power of our God sustained the Mesopotamian area through Joseph, who the Egyptians called Imhotep, who was a black man. And through those blessings that came into Egypt during that 7-year famine, 7-year plenteous and 7-year famine, the Egyptian Pharaoh was able to do what? He was able to accumulate power through his food storage program that began with our people, Joseph, the Semites who came into Egypt. So once there arose a new politician who knew not Joseph, he began to oppress us. What? In hopes of keeping our people there. Okay? He hardened his heart against us, and the Most High sent Moses to free the children of Israel. If you want to parallel that, look at what's going on in America today, and look at what happened in ancient Egypt. Once our people realized our true purpose and wanted to be independent from oppression, the Pharaoh, or the politician in charge, began to do what? Oppress the children of Israel even more, to have us become even more dependent on what? Pharaoh's tyranny. So if you want to know who the children of Israel is in the earth, look at the people who are suffering right now, who was thrust into third world status, living on rich oil, rich resources and everything. Look at these people suffering for handouts right now, while the people in position who claim to be the chosen are actually prospering from the downfall of our people. So if you want to know who the children of Israel are, just parallel that. Do yourself a favor, read the book of Genesis and Exodus. And look at how our people were oppressed to a degree. And guess what? They were oppressed to a degree in which we had to band together at the very end and do what? Call on our God. The Gentile gods, the gods of the Egyptians couldn't save us. Okay? So what's going on in the earth politically and otherwise is forcing our people, is forcing our backs to the wall, just like we were during the time of Egypt, to do what? To pray and ask, that's right, the God of Israel to deliver us out of tyranny. Now, this doctrine is different than anything you've ever seen, because why? You cannot find this type of doctrine in the Christian church. The Christian church taught a doctrine, or continue to teach a doctrine, that further oppresses our people, rob and destroy our people, destroy the consciousness of our people. Okay, so that's what I have to say on that. Let's go into it. The curse of colorism. The curse of colorism will be our topic today. There must be a demon behind colorism. I said, you know what? I'm going to attack this entirely different than we've ever discussed this before. Because there's something about colorism that beats down on the esteem, the self-esteem of a people. That touches sensitivities, that makes one insecure. All of these are psych jobs that would do what? Make a person feel less than, to a degree where even if someone isn't oppressing them, what's going on between their ears have them oppress themselves. Okay? It's a serious psych job where one wouldn't even strive to overcome or to accomplish something, thinking that no, that particular thing belongs to a white person. If I go over here, that person is going to choose a lighter skinned person over me. Or if I was to approach this person, because I don't like myself, they can't like me being this dark. And it's not that these outside things is really affecting that person. That person have created a prison for themselves. It must be a demon that would stop someone from progressing, believing that no one loves them or cares about them based on the color of their skin, which is a curse. Which is a curse. Now, I'm going to handle this entirely different, because normally when one think of colorism, we think of predominantly black people, crabs in the bucket, utilizing a caste system to oppress one another based on the Willie Lynch syndrome. Every time we talk about colorism, Willie Lynch comes up. That's the first thing we think. Folks, is more deeply rooted than that. And unless we understand and get to the bottom of this, we will never reverse the curse. We will never reverse the curse. And guess what? The Bible holds the keys to totally, that's right, destroy that demon. Only the Bible holds the keys. Folks, colorism only exists because we allow it to. I'm going to say it again. It's all between your ears. We bought in to the oppressive psychology that's out there. And I'm going to go into it. It is a demon. Here it is. Oh, I like a person, but maybe they don't like dark-skinned people. So I'm afraid to be rejected, because don't even know that this person cares about you and probably been waiting for you to say something to them. But it's all between your ears. Battling these demons in between yourself that person wasn't responsible for. That has nothing to do with it. And the majority of people who can achieve anything realize rejection is a part of, it's the steps that leads to success. Rejection are the steps that leads to success. But if we start looking at ourselves and say, well, hold up, I'm dark skinned and maybe he don't like me, or maybe she don't like me, or I'm working at a job and a bunch of white. Let me tell you, folks, every job that I've received in the corporate world, every job, every position I've ever received managing in the corporate world, that's right. There was always white people, no black people, white people up for the same job. And it wasn't because of some quota or because they needed to hire black people for a status quo to even the balance. Nah, it's because I was better at the job. And I never thought walking into a place to go get a job or to excel, I never thought about they were going to choose a white guy in front of me. It didn't even cross my mind. It's dealing with the preparation that it takes to succeed. At the end of the day, they want someone who's going to make them money. That's business. Now, I could have sat there and say, man, Kate is up for the job. Oh, man, Gary is up for the job. Two people that I knew was interviewing before me. A white guy who came from an Ivy League school and a white woman. And guess who came up with the job? I did. I didn't try to impress. I came in, did what I had to do. Next thing you know, the next day they called me and said, don't worry about it. You got the position. And that's just from a worldly standpoint. How much do we keep from ourselves strictly by believing our color restricts us? See, the Most High didn't tell Abraham, well, guess what? because of your color, all people will be blessed over you. Abraham was a black man. Isaac was a black man. Jacob was a black man. And I'm going to prove it today. No. The Most High told Abraham that through you, Abraham, all nations shall be blessed. Cursed are those that curse you, and blessed are you that bless you. Blessed are those that bless you. See? So Abraham walked into a country, into a city already blessed. He didn't come into a country like Egypt during the time of a famine, well before Joseph's famine, mind you. He didn't come into the country defeated, believing he was cursed. That country was going to be better off because Abraham walked into it. America is better off because we came here. Understand that. So eventually, there was an indoctrination. An indoctrination to make us believe that we're not the blessed, we're the cursed. So first and foremost, hold up. Let me see here. That's somebody. First and foremost, every time I get going, boy, something happens like this, but it's okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to deal with the stereotypes first of what everyone expect to see or what everyone thought they was going to see. I'm going to deal with the stereotypes first. And then after that, I'm going all the way back to the East. I'm going into India today. For the first 5-10 minutes, we're going to talk about India. And then we're going to go into biblical times to show you how they reversed the curse. They took the curse of Ham off of them, the Canaanites, and put it on us. I have history, folks, that I'm going to unfold with you today. That's right. A lot of you don't even go into history anymore, but don't worry about it. I'm going to help you out with the DNA from the Bible's Canaanites. And I'm going to talk about that through National Geographic. Dovetailing, going into our future classes, Who is Edom? Information that's readily out there, but yet is what? Not read by our people, being distracted through social media. So we're going to talk today. Let's first go into the stereotypes, what most people expect to see and hear when the stereotypical word called colorism comes up. Look at your screen. Fair use. Now, this woman was darker, but she has a line. And this is not to minimize, because I got a brother I'm going to show too. This is not to minimize her business. That's why I don't have nothing there. I'm going to move it here. Hold up. And she's going to talk about some of her products. Fair use. Listen. We're going to deal with what you expected to see first and then do a whole 180. One moment.
Skin care and skin lightening. I am the CEO of Nalos Hair and Nalos Skin. I have a bleaching cream line and a hair care line as well. My products sold out online. I have always been on YouTube. I have been one of those quiet followers. People that just look at stuff and don't say anything. But honey, my spirit was just yearning for videos on skin lightening and skincare tips and just skin. Like, Jesus, y'all girls are using so many like products and pills, and honey, I'm here to tell you, all I use is cream. And I started off darker than a lot of you girls that's on YouTube. This skin stuff is also serious. Also, you have to take care of your skin. Skin is like one of the biggest organisms of your body. It covers your whole body. So whatever you put into your skin, it will show on the outskirts of it.
Okay, one thing we're hearing here is a contradiction. That I have skin bleaching products, but we must take care of our skin. So that's a contradiction in of itself. All right, let's keep going.
Like I said, honey, this is just flesh, but baby, we have to take care of this flesh that God gave us. I want y'all to get familiar.
Okay, and also let's bring God into this. Let's bring God into these products that we're blessing our people with.
with me and who I am and what I'm coming to y'all with. I'm not a chemical person. I'm not into pills. I'm not into injections. I'm not into all that stuff. I just wanted to lighten my skin and do it enough.
And this is what we're going to not have today, folks. This is not going to be a thing where we're just bashing people or coming down on people. We're not going to have that, okay? That's not the point about this. So we're going to, but we need to understand what our children are hearing, what our people are talking about, okay? I'm going to show you how we got here.
Healthy way. I couldn't find it on YouTube. So, honey, God has sent me here to tell you girls about skincare and how to take care of your skin without using pills and hydroquinone and all these things that'll give you cancer. My stuff is the purest skincare stuff ever. And then it will get you light all over. It's just not just one area where, hey, I'm light skin here and I'm not light skin there. It's all over. Be safe about skin lightening. And I want y'all to do it in the healthiest form. Y'all be very careful about the things that y'all putting inside y'all, consuming, drinking, putting in your mouth, getting injected into your skin. You all have to be very careful at doing these things on your skin lightening journey, on your skin bleaching journey, or even if you just here to tone. I'm going to give you a little backstory on me. I had chickenpox. When I was about, I don't know, like 6 or 7, probably younger than that. And it was a younger sister. I have 6 sisters, 6 of us. And I had a sister that was right under me. And we both had chickenpox at the same time. My mother said, do not, I repeat, do not scratch. Me being Kobe, I scratched. I mean, I went to town. I was like scratching this. I mean,
okay, that's enough. But y'all get me. She sell products, hair products, as well as skin bleaching, right? Now, that's the females. Let's get the males real quick. This is Sammy Sosa. I seen someone in the chat mention Sammy Sosa. Okay. Now, as far as I'm concerned, there's some people out there. There's people in this earth who would give an organ, a kidney or an organ, to have the brown skin Sammy Sosa has right here. There's some people who would bake in the sun with the threat of actually coming down with skin cancer to have the hue of Sammy Sosa. A matter of fact, that vitamin D we're talking about is the same vitamin D that's deficient in those who are suffering under the sickness right now. Okay? Not too many people are talking about vitamin D, but we have it naturally when the sun shines on us, right? When the so-called fallen gods of this world allow us to get sun, look outside. But anyway, this was Sammy Sosa in all his splendor, in all his splendor. And this is Sammy Sosa now. That's Sammy Sosa now. Okay? So something is going on. Something more deeply rooted than just, this is not something that's just amongst sisters, which I believe you'll find it more rampant amongst sisters for various reasons, and we'll talk about it. But colorism affects black men too. Now, I'm sure I'm going to hear some of your stories today where y'all can tell us how colorism has negatively affected you if you have allowed it to. But does he look better here, brothers and sisters? Does he look better here? Or did he look better here? Did he look better there? Or does he look better there? But guess what, folks? And within his mind, he feels, and it could be something deeply rooted from his upbringing, he feels better like this. Now, I said I'm going to jump right into it. So let's jump right into it. We understand the stereotypes that have affected our people. right? But let's go now. Let's go. Let's get to the bottom of it real quick. In the middle of your screen is a caste system that's widely known in the country of India. Elder Lawyer, I sent you the link. I sent the link to you. You have it?
Yes, sir. Let me check here. Okay. Yep, I have it.
You have the link. Okay, so
Yes,
I'm going to shrink this cast down so that everyone can see it, right? And here's the title. Okay, this is coming from an article, Bright, an online magazine, Bright the Mag. Fear but not so lovely. India's obsession with skin whitening. Some of you all, or some of us, believe that this issue of colorism started through slavery. Well, these people didn't go through Willie Lynch. But all in all, it goes into the psychology and the generational curse that's passed down from one family to the next and why it's so. And I haven't found an article that hit so many areas that we could relate to like this particular article. It reads, the country's fixation with light skin is brazen cocktail of colorism, patriarchy, and residual colonialism. Now, why I want to go into this, folks, because when you look at the Hindus, the Brahmins, and the different sects of religions within India, it comes with a specific color casting system that separates society. The Hindus are on the bottom. Usually the majority of them are darker. Okay, on and on and on. The same way we would predominantly find in our society more whites in the Catholic Church than in the Black Baptist Church, right? But I wanted, so that we can take ourselves out of this, because sometimes when it's personal, when we show brothers and sisters, it becomes too personal to us to analyze righteously, analytically, without what? Some level of self-consciousness, or altogether straight up, we don't want something attacking our insecurity. So let's move it out of America and let's go into the caste system of India. Now, as you can see, let me blow these up. Here are the different shades of women. Now, the one here is at the top of the casting system, and then they vary. They vary. So whoever thought this was just a black woman thing, you got something coming. But look who's very last on the cast. Look who's very last on India's caste system. Check it out. Look at it. I need you all to see it, brothers and sisters. Look who's very last on India's caste system. So let's go through them. Let's go through them one at a time. Indian jackpot. You hit the jackpot if you marry her. Almost foreigner. She's blessed. Matrimony ad material. Okay, magazine material. Still fair, so she looks good. Desi white supremacist. The post-colonial glow. Now here is around the Kim Kardashian type of deals right here. Under Indian's caste. Still eligible for marriage right here. Now the shades come in numbers too, folks. Last shade of acceptance. Now, when you get here, this is the wheatish. Okay. It's called wheatish. Like you got white bread and wheat bread. This is when things start going downhill for women. Shady 149921 says home remedies may work. This is where we start bleaching at, where home remedies might work. Try makeup and see if that works for you if you're this shade. Oh, here we go. Poor girl. So unfortunate. Beautiful for a dark girl. This is where you start hearing the backhanded, the right out backhanded offenses out of one's mouths. This is where you start hearing the backhandedness. Yeah, she looks pretty good for a dark girl. An insult wrapped up in a bow. Just try some treatment. Oh, the one eye. Maybe she needs to join the other side to get accepted. Don't wear bright colors. So now it's about putting on certain colors to get accepted. Hiding what? The fact that you're dark skinned. So you're going to start wearing some outlandish stuff just to distract people from the self-hatred. Okay. Before a fairness ad. So this is the ad you will have first if you're really trying to insinuate the white beauty. So you will put something in the exact reverse, and then in the same scene on the next page, you would have the standard of whiteness. See? The same way on our television shows now, you have a white woman with long hair. She's fairly feminine, soft-spoken, but next to her, they'll put a loud black woman with no hair. That's intentional. That's intentional. Okay, it's a psychological oppression on our children. Automatically, when you see the two, you'll automatically choose the white woman. It's strategic. Every dowry won't help. Even dowry won't help this woman. See? Now, to me, she looks better. She looks better than her. To me, both of these women looks better than her. Both of these women look better than those that are last on the caste system. So what is it to say about this caste system? Now, we're going to talk about it in a moment. But if you over here, and this is what so many of our sisters suffer. In India, it's game over. Game over. If you look like this beautiful sister here. Now, Elder Lawyer, I need you to read the article because someone is giving their own testimony in the article, their own experiences in India. Let's start with when I was born.
Yes, sir. When I was born, my paternal grandmother wrote a letter to my maternal grandfather. A girl is born. She is dark complexioned. You better prepare for her future.
You better prepare for her future. Which means if a dark-skinned child was born, in India, what they do is they begin to prepare finances and other things to compensate for what she'll not be able to get in the world. They feel there's no man is going to take care of her on the same level as a lighter skinned girl. But I'm going to tell you, even though I disagree with the caste system there, at least they're getting in front of things, understanding how society works. They love their daughter so much that they begin to prepare her for a world that will, if not prepared, chew her up and spit her out and totally minimize and destroy her self-worth. So the family found a duty, had a responsibility of knowing what was on the outside of their house concerning racism, the caste system, and saying, well, you know what? Let's start preparing her for what's out there, because a lighter person isn't treated like a black person. Come on.
It is not clear if my grandfather was offended by the doomsday prophecy for the dark-skinned me, or if he just wanted to win the upper hand. He wrote back to her, those who think her future is bleak should look at their faces in a dirty puddle. His response created a rift between my paternal and maternal family that has never healed. I grew up in North India in the 1990s. My Brahmin family was full of government servants who were still carrying the colonial white man's burden of racial prejudices and superiority complexes. Growing up in the close proximity of a large extended family, I was the only dark child. Kali, Kaludi, Bayaganludi, Blackie Black smeared, she robbed the color of an eggplant. My cousins would taunt when they wanted to have a laugh at my expense. I laughed along with them, eager to fit in.
And that's another thing that people ignore, that we ignore as a society. The unforgiven assaults we exhibit growing up. The unforgiven insults and attacks that adults allow within their home when it comes to their children, not realizing every adult is a child grown up. And we allow this. Caste systems, these caste dynamics within our society. And another thing, and you're going to find out in this, is that there's no harsher people on each other growing up than young girls. Young girls. It's going to go into it. Let's read it.
My skin color was particularly concerning to my mother since we were in an upper-class Brahmin family.
My skin color was particularly concerning to my mother. Now imagine her growing up, or her growing up in a home knowing that her mother views her less than. Her mother loves her. But my skin color was particularly concerning to my mother. Now, it's deep in of itself, because the mother who is the one who instills what? The pride, the tradition, and the trajectory of her daughters. Men are out making the bread. We're doing what we have to do to sustain the home and security. But when it comes to self-confidence, usually that's instilled with the mother first. Now imagine growing up. My skin color was particularly concerning to my mother. Now she'll be sent out into the world with all these issues, attacking other people, when really who instilled that insecure psychology, that insecure mentality? Read it.
Anytime someone would call me dark, my fair-skinned mother would correct them and tell them I was wheatish.
I was wheatish. And that's the point right there. In protecting her daughter, because she loved her daughter, she protects her daughter in India with an insult. That's the point. The point was saying, well, no, she's not dark, she's wheatish. An insult within India in of itself. which would put her daughter somewhere in the caste system right outside the white fair norm. Now I know y'all wondering, wait till you see how we flip this around, folks. We're going to come left field. You're not even going to understand how we got to where we're going. But I needed to put out first the psychology that have been holding us back under this cursed demon called colorism. Finish reading the article, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Anytime someone would call me dark, my fair-skinned mother would correct them and tell them I was wheatish, one of the many euphemisms in India for brown skin.
One of the many euphemisms in India for brown skin. Come on.
It was her way of comforting herself that her daughter was a tad bit higher in the hierarchy than truly dark people.
It was a way to comfort herself. To make herself feel comfortable, she cast her own daughter a tad bit higher in the hierarchy than truly dark people. This is India, folks. So don't think we need to get well beyond the Willie Lynch thing, folks. You have to realize, folks, this is a deeply rooted religious curse. And I'm going to show y'all in the Bible. I'm going to show you how the Edomites, the powers that be, reversed the curses and made what the Most High see as good, bad. And what the Most High marked in the earth as a curse, good. I'm going to show you tonight. When we color ourselves and aspire to have their hair and aspire to look like them, we're actually chasing the curse mark in the earth. When really, from the outside of the earth, the way we are, naturally kinky, dark skin, is highly favored with the Most High God. Finish reading.
Yes, sir.
Help us out, folks. Hit that like button, please. Y'all want to see where we're going? We're about 1,000 likes down, at least 500 likes down. Please hit this, please. Come on. Other people need to see this. Go ahead, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Fair skin has been long part of India's national psyche. The various settlers, rulers, invaders, and colonizers who entered India during the 1400s were relatively light-skinned. This includes the Dutch, French, Portuguese, Mughals, and of course, the British, who were in India from the 17th century until India's independence in 1947. During the British Empire, skin tone prejudice became formally ingrained. The colonizers kept light-skinned Indians as allies, giving them extra advantages over the rest of the blacks.
Giving them advantages over the rest of the blacks. Divide and conquer. Now, what would have happened if they didn't instill this division within society? Well, they were afraid that the dark skin and light skin, who actually outnumber them, would come together and overtake the authority. See? That's all it is about them. They don't care. Let me tell you, folks, the powers that be understand the value and the beauty that comes with a dark-skinned person. They'll take it for themselves. But it's upon them to make that particular black person feel less than or insecure as a way of empowering themselves, at the same time dividing the masses of people who should come together against them. See? Come on, Elder Lawyer, finish reading.
Yes, sir. The British East India Company even named their settlement at Fort St. George White Town and their Indian settlement Black Town.
And they did what? They separated by calling the white area White Town and the Indian settlement, which was predominantly, believe it or not, Israelites in this area, folks, Black Town. Okay, Timothy, the disciple, was buried in India. But I digress. That's a whole different story. Keep on going.
The British colonizers were able to build on India's existing caste system, a socio-economic hierarchy with origins in Hinduism, but which now permeates across Indian society. The upper class, like the Brahmins and the Kshatriyas, were traditionally powerful and also fair-skinned.
What would be synonymous to that in America? Something like the boule, or those who were from the quarters, the French quarters in Louisiana, who was fair-skinned, that made out the boule. Okay, a caste system, folks. It didn't start here in America. They did these things all over the earth, reversing the curse. What do I mean by reversing the curse? Hold on, and I'm going to show you. Finish reading, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. While lower caste, including the untouchable Dalits, performed manual tasks and had darker complexions. I know this dichotomy intimately. Growing up, my relatives would often look at me and say, never trust a dark-skinned Brahmin or a fair-skinned Dalit.
Never trust a dark-skinned Brahmin. Now, folks, what y'all don't know is Brahmin comes from the word Abraham. Okay, and this particular religion in India, they uphold Abraham as one of their gods. It's called a Brahmin religion. So the Hebrews who went into India practiced more so the Brahmin type of religion, because Brahmin or Brahma is another name for our father Abraham. Never trust a dark-skinned Brahmin or a what?
Or a fair-skinned Dalit.
So here it is again, using slight euphemisms and insults to divide cultures, to divide us, that's right, between color lines. Finish reading.
Kathy Russell Cole, author of the book, The Color Complex, The Politics of Skin Color in the New Millennium, notes that many people from lower castes have darker skin because for generations they have been subjected to hard labor in the sun. Since caste and class often intersect, fair skin is also perceived as being evidence of a better financial and social status of a person.
Now check this out, folks. Now, what happens if people who naturally are raised under caste systems to see darker skinned people as less than? What if you open up the borders and allow hundreds of thousands, if not millions, to come into your country where there's already racial rifts between blacks and whites? What happens when you allow a people that comes in who naturally believes, institutionally and otherwise, that blacks are less than lighter skinned people? They're trained like this from birth. And according to those in India, they don't see this as racism. It's a caste system that everyone, according to their hue, agrees upon. They get in where they fit in and make it work according to that caste. So that way of living is natural in the country of India. But what happens when you bring them into a free country? You think those ideals just stay on the plane, or that they leave their idea of dark skin and light skin in India? So what we're seeing is Edomite reinforcements against the children of Israel in America. But I'm going to show y'all today how you reverse or break the curse. They need reinforcements because we in America, the tribe of Judah, the Negro, are telling the whole world that the children of Israel are back. See? So they're bringing in reinforcements of those who grow up naturally believing that blacks are less during a time in which our people are being empowered beyond colorism. Finish reading, Elder Lawyer. I'm almost. I see you, Elder Gabar. I'm gonna bring you in one moment. Let's go. India's colorist attitudes.
Yes, sir. India's colorist attitudes have not gone anywhere. Politicians continue to make color-based prejudices based on geography and caste. Gendered colorism, in which dark-skinned women face particular discrimination, directs jobs and marriage prospects.
See that? So what people are being married the less? See? What people are being pitted in all that against one another for menial jobs in the corporate world. That's right. Now we can bring it here for a second. I'm not making no excuse for it, but we cannot act like this doesn't exist. Who's disproportionately affected by all of this at the end of the day that no one is talking about? Black women. Black women. Not making an excuse for anything, but if you got the last of all pickings, you grew up not receiving what you needed from your parents to prepare you for the world on the outside of us like the Indians do. And then you outright expect everyone to be picked over you. Not to make an excuse for sisters, but you can expect some of them to have an attitude, right? So the only thing we see at the back of it is the attitude. We see someone who's masculine or this, that, and the other, or fighting back but we don't see the deeply rooted hurt of not being told that you are accepted, you are loved the way you are. And I'm not making no excuse. But when you throw out all the numbers and put all these other things, we cannot ignore that component that starts from a time a young black girl is born. It's the truth. And no one is talking about it. And who they expect to talk about it are the men who were born to say it. That's who they expect to talk about it. So what did they do? What did they do? The same way the Edomites went over in India and flooded the market with colorism and separatism, they opened up a multicultural society that already deems our sisters as less than, giving black men choices. When they're already predisposed in their thinking to believe white is better. Now they open the floodgates up where a black man goes, well, okay, well, I'll just choose something else. That was the plan. But I don't want to go there. I said I'm going to flip this entirely different than how you all are expecting it. We're going to actually pin down and show you the face of the devil and his indoctrination behind all of this with this program. This program on colorism will be the go-to video when someone want to talk about colorism going forward. Let's finish. Come on.
It says, and Indians continue to lighten their skin using a variety of creams, bleaches, and homemade products.
Look at that. And it says, and Indians continue to lighten their skin using a variety of creams, bleaches, and homemade products. So, folks, this didn't start in America. They're doing this in a caste system over in India in order to be accepted or to get ahead. So to some degree, I can understand. If someone is used to being rejected all their life, Now, I never had to deal with that problem. I think that's more so a female problem than it is a black man's problem. Okay? The first desired man in society in America is the white man. Deservedly so. It's his empire right now. And the next desired man in line, and I went there, when you go to blackdemographic.com, is the black man. Not the Chinese, not the Arab. Right after the white man, a close second to be desirable in this earth after a white man is a black man. So we don't have to go through that because there's another number that's out there. Women disproportionately, brothers and sisters, outnumber men. So because of that disproportion, someone is going to get left out. And you have a lot of women in competition for a small lot of men, where the open market is every other race now. Right? Finish reading, other lawyer. Where are you?
Is there any way?
The question. Here's the question. Read it.
Is there any way to remedy India's obsession with skin color?
Is there any way to remedy India's obsession with skin color? Now, I'm going to tell you, elder lawyer, I had to set this Indian straight in Home Depot. I told you about this in the academy one time, right?
Yes, sir.
I had to set this Indian dude straight, right? I got a whole thing of wood, tools, and all that. You know, I spent a lot of money in Home Depot, right? And elder lawyer, I'm standing in line, and, I'm about to, everybody's 6 feet apart dealing with their nonsense. Okay, because I'm not dealing with none of that stuff. I buy my products. I don't listen to the news, and my life is fine because I'm not inundated. I'm not dealing with none of that crap. As you believe it, you make it so. Okay, I believe in the Most High. All right, I'm not dealing with none of this. I'm not playing the horse and pony games. All right, but anyway, elder lawyer, I have a whole thing of all this. I have all this stuff lined up, probably $400, $500, $600 worth of products, probably about $600 worth of products. I mean, material, not products, but materials and products. A white woman comes, and the East Indian immediately takes his computer thing, and he tried to go to scan this white woman who was behind me. And I did like this and say, no, dude, I moved the scan. I'm like, hey, this is how it goes. He says, huh? How what? I'm like, listen, dude, you must have just got off the plane. This is America. And this black man you see here is first. Huh? What? My hand? I'm like, listen, I moved his hand. I'm like, you're scanning my stuff, or there's going to be a problem. Do you want to work here, sir? His countenance changed, and he began to scan my stuff. And I understood. I understood perfectly. He's raised to go to white people and ring them up first. But guess what? He received a black American, if you want to think I am, reality check. That's what he received. Because I sat there, look, I'm sitting there, I have my mints, I'm popping my mints, chilling, thinking he's going to come over me. And he come to try to scan the white woman behind me. I'm like, no, I'm going to show you how it's done here, buddy. I don't know what they show you on TV over here. I'm going to show you how it works. And I took his hand with the scanner. Get off me. Get off. I'm like, no, we going over here, buddy. Right over here. Right. See? This is how we do it in America, buddy. I'm first. I'm like, did you see me? He says, yeah, shaking his head up and down, yes and no. You know what? He scanned me first. And every time I go into that Home Depot, he's waving like this. Hi. You want to come here? No, I'm good, dude. You got your training for America. I know they trained you to join the white supremacist army against us, but it's not going to happen, okay? So I told you about that story, right, other lawyer?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Don't worry about it. It should be some reality checks. Sometimes we need a camera to follow me to some of these stores. You'll never believe some of this stuff. But go ahead. Let's finish the article. Come on.
All right.
Where it says,
so it says,
During a trip to North India village.
Okay. During a trip to a North Indian village, an old woman walked up to say to me, every morning at 5 a.m., you should drink a half a cup of fresh, non-boiled cow milk. The complexion of your child to be will be fair.
Now, here's the superstition now. Every time the black girl would walk up with a darker skinned Indian woman would balk up. Someone would say, listen, every day you need to drink some cow milk so your child don't look like you. This is what goes on, folks, in India. If you live in India, I need you to call in and affirm or not. If I'm exaggerating, call in and tell me this caste system doesn't exist. Because I'll double down. I'll raise you my Home Depot experience. I know this exists. But come on, other lawyer.
I plastered a smile on my face. I was not even pregnant. But colorism runs so deep that this was the best advice she thought to offer me.
The best advice they was giving this woman, not even pregnant, was to drink white milk. To save her children the embarrassment of looking good like black people do. Like dark people do. But come on, let's finish.
Women have to pass on similar age-old wisdom to attain fairness for generations. Apply gram flour, milk, and turmeric on her face daily.
So they
My mother was
flour, milk, and turmeric on her face. Bleaching, go on.
My mother was told when I was a kid, so I would not look like a Madrazan anymore. Madrazan refers to a person from the southern city of Madras, now Chennai. North Indians are typically lighter skinned than South Indians who live in a hotter climate. Colorism exacerbates this geographical divide. Colorism also has a pervasive impact on job and marriage opportunities. Fair people are perceived as more presentable. In 2008, the state of Maharashtra sponsored 100 dark-skinned tribal girls to train as flight attendants. Only 8 of them were eventually recruited, that too as a ground staff, likely in part due to their complexion. Similarly, the description of women in the arranged marriage market often includes skin tone, shorthand like F equals fair, BF equals very fair, VVF, very, very fair.
And this exists, folks. If you think there's a divide, there's undertones of racism that shows, but it's blatant. It's outright blatant and accepted in India, folks. Maybe we'll have Gaja call in too, because he can give us some of his experience that he discussed with me. But go on. This practice is not as rampant for prospective grooms. Let's go down to Ratna Soren, 24-year-old anthropology student.
Yes, sir. Ratna Soren, a 24-year-old anthropology student from Hazaribagh, a small district in the eastern state of Jharkhand, is seen as a misfit in her family because she is still single. All her younger cousins are married. She has used Fair and Lovely since she was 4 years old. It still hasn't changed my complexion, she says. This has elicited incessant rejections from prospective grooms. I am seen as a burden on my family. A girl with dark complexion must have more dowry to offer if she wants to get married in India, she says. Getting emotional, my parents cannot afford it.
My parents cannot afford it because they do the reverse over there. If you are giving your daughter dark skin to a family who could really take care of her and improve the financial means of that household, that's right. The bride's family must give the dowry. And it costs too much to dowry off a dark-skinned girl in India. So if you think that only happens here, folks, I'm going to tell you, folks. Now, there's more. Let's go to finish. I'm going to let you read it all the way through, and then we'll segue. I have Gabar on the other line, and there's some history I want to go into. Let's go.
Yes, sir. In some extreme cases, colorism has even taken lives. In 2004, a woman in posh suburb.
That's 2014, Elder Lawyer.
Salakia. In 2014, a woman in a posh suburb of Delhi hanged herself because her husband abused her for being dark-skinned. The same year, a school teacher named Rotary Das set herself on fire, fed up with the constant humiliation she suffered from a family or from her family for her dark complexion. Yet another woman poisoned the food during a family function, killing 5, allegedly tired of her family's taunts over her skin color. All of these women were under the age of 25.
Now, why did this happen? A serious psychological, a mental illness developed in these young girls, which led them to harm themselves or others. After being rejected over and over and over again. Now, no one excuses this type of behavior, but imagine not being told as a young girl you're not good enough. And see people that you're just as pretty as in comparison, or more smart, or may have more to offer, but only to be denied strictly based on the color of your skin. Now, this is not to make no excuse, because really it's like this. Okay, I'm dark skinned, whatever the case is. What must I do to compensate for knowing society isn't going to change? Society is going to be what it is. What can I do to compensate for those areas to win anyway? What I'm not going to do is accept the world's negative view of me and put myself in that prison. I will not accept that. I will not accept anything but being treated and believing and knowing what? The importance of being what? A child of Israel, a child of God. And through my people, the whole earth is blessed. So I'm not going to let Satan's program impact my thinking. That's number one. That's number one. This is how you reverse the curse. I'm not going to be what the world expectations of me. The Most High already have an expectation in all of us. Okay? I'm dealing with his view of me, not the world's. Okay? That's number one. Number two, okay, I know the world is this way, but now I must compensate by being what? I must operate now with more kindness. I must operate in a different nature than the world that sets me apart over the rest. I must grow in intellect, my spiritual prowess. Just my spirituality, my belief system, how I interact with people. Everything must be above the rest, where it doesn't matter how much the enemy try to hold us down. They cannot do what? They cannot hold down the children of promise. The blessings are inherent through us. Listen to what I'm showing you. I'm going to show you all in a minute. Finish reading, Elder Lawyer. So what I'm saying is, where do you compensate? You don't compensate by what? Allowing the world who have done this to you win. You don't allow them to change your behavior to negative. You don't allow them to say, well, this is the standard of beauty, and in order for you to accept it, you must acquiesce to who and what we are to be accepted. No, that means the enemy won. See? Go to color discrimination, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Color discrimination has also played a huge role in the world's most prodigious film industry. Bollywood films often feature songs that glorify fair skin and deride darker skin shades. For instance, in the 1990s film Suhag, The male protagonists lust after women with fair skin and dark sunglasses. A more recent song talks about how the two lead actors' hearts start beating fast upon seeing white faces.
Come on.
Most actors who have dominated India's film industry have been fair-skinned, particularly the women from Madhubala in the 1960s to Kareena Kapoor and Katrina Kaif today.
Now I need you to go down to where it says dark skin has been a source of stigma for Indian women.
Yes, sir. Dark skin has been a source of stigma for India's women long before the arrival of globalization. Say Radhika Parameswaran, Salakia for the pronunciations.
Parameswaran. It's Parameswaran and Kavitha Cardoza. Go ahead.
Authors of a paper about India's obsession with light skin. However, the intensified promotion of light skin beauty in advertising since the onset of economic liberalization points to the role that market forces can play in exacerbating divisions of gender, caste, region, and class.
That's the key. Promotion of light-skinned beauty in advertising since the onset of economic liberation points to the role that market forces can play in exacerbating divisions of gender, caste, region, and class. This is done to sell products, to have a challenge in the beauty market. See? Now, and this is what people have to, I'm going to tell you, folks, all of us, when we're caught up into these mental illnesses, where we're chasing a certain standard of beauty, be it man or woman, folks, we have to understand how we're being viewed from those who are watching us. Like I showed Sammy Sosa. Sammy Sosa looks crazy as a white man. But to him, it's perfectly fine. And then you'll see these women who believe they're looking like the idea that they've created in themselves. Eyelashes all out there and all this stuff and all that. Don't even understand how you're being viewed. Everyone is looking like, we know you don't look like that. Same way with Sammy Sosa. We know how you look, dude, before this. So it's not an insult or not to put anyone down. It's like this. It's time for a reset. And I'm going to show you how to reverse the curse. It's time for a reset. If we don't love ourselves the way the Most High made us, how do we expect someone else to love us? I'm going to say it again. If you don't love yourself the way the Most High made you, with no aesthetics and all that, how do we, and without the cake soap, and without coloring ourselves, without discoloring ourselves, how can we get mad at someone else for not loving us? Just think about that for a moment. Because there's a fix. There is a fix. Let's read India's whitening market, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. India's skin whitening market is expected to achieve an annual market revenue of $720 million by 2013.
India's skin whitening market. Now, I'm not even talking about America right now, folks. Is expected to achieve an annual market revenue of $720 million by 2023. Read.
It is currently dominated by Fair and Lovely, a fairness cream that was launched in 1975 and which today holds more than 50% market share.
Come on.
Fair and Lovely has long marketed itself as the savior for unmarried women to find grooms and for married women to keep them.
Now, Elder Lawyer, how do we reverse the curse? Because like I've mentioned, folks, there's a demon behind this, where they would make everyone believe that the cursed seed of Canaan, the Hamite, was black, and that the righteous Israelites and the righteous people in royalty to be perceived as masters over the world were and are white people. Now, you all know the story. We all know the story. We've seen it before. Let's get it. Let's get it here. Let me get it. Hold on. Let's see here. One moment. Here it is. We talked about this criminal here by the name of Cesar Borgia, a white man being propped up to be Christ. See, that was a religious imposition against the children of God that would have our people believe we're less than. Now, a couple of weeks ago, I went into, now this is a criminal right here. They put up to be Christ. For those who don't know, Cesar Borgia, the second son of Alexander VI, Pope of Rome, a murderer, a deceiver, a destroyer. This guy here. He's from a book. There's a book that was written about him by Jean Plady that's titled A Triptych of Poisoners. The story of the Corleone family. Michael Corleone murders all of his father's enemies to do what? To gain the throne for Godfather is the story of Rodrigo Borgia and his son Cesar Borgia, updated, modernized. Okay? Here's the criminal they put up to be Christ. Even in the Apocrypha, in the Maccabees, it talks about the Greeks painting the black images white. But I don't want to talk about that. Elder Lawyer, do you have a Bible dictionary on you?
Let me check the bookshelf here.
If you don't worry about it. I have a bunch of them here. One moment. Don't worry about it. I have it here. Library right behind me. Elder Lawyer, get Leviticus, the 13th chapter. I'm going to show you when they began to reverse, put the blessings on themselves, only to bestow the cursed seed of Ham through religious indoctrination. I'm going to show you historically when they did this, where they switched it up and called black people the cursed seed of Ham, knowing that the white people, the Edomites, mixed themselves with the leprous Canaanites. And guess what? That's right. I have the history right here. The history from National Geographic, who went into the archaeology of the Canaanites and linked them directly to the people connected with the Caucasus Mountains. And I'm going to prove that according to their history, white people are part Canaanite. The curse of Ham is on their families, not black people. Now, of course, the historical background and all that, you got to get in the academy to get that. I'm going to go into that. Enroll historytimes.org if you want to get that. But I have some history to show you right now of when they began to reverse the curse and put the curse on us to make black bad and white good. Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
I need you to get Leviticus, the 13th chapter right here. Before you get that, I'm going to read Zondervan Bible Dictionary. Ham. Why? Because in the Bible Dictionary, in the Bible, it speaks of a cursed seed that came upon not all Hamites, but Noah's son, Ham, and his son, Canaan. Canaan over the Canaanites. They made everyone believe that black people in America were serving the curses of this particular son, Canaan. That's a lie. That is a lie. White people are mixed with Canaanite blood, and it's mixed with certain families of Edomites. And I'm going to prove it right now to reverse the curse. Once they realized the curse was on Esau as well as the Canaanites, them two colluded together to make white right and black bad. Let's get it here. Ham. And then they begin to teach that in Western churches. Ham, let me grab it right here out of the Bible dictionary. All right, I have it. Now, Ham. I'm on page 330 of the Zondervan Bible Dictionary. Now, get this Bible dictionary unabridged. Why? Because when they found out we had this information, they began to change the new editions of these particular books. Ham, on page 330. Ham, the youngest son of Noah, born probably about 96 years before the flood, and one of 8 persons to live through the flood, he became the progenitor, which means the father of the dark races. Now, we're dark, right? But listen to what Zondervan, a white man, says here. He became the progenitor of the dark races, not the Negroes. Not the Negroes, but the Egyptians, Ethiopians, Libyans, and Canaanites. His indecency when his father lay drunken brought a curse upon Canaan in Genesis 9:20 through 27. Now, that's the cursed son of Canaan. Now, for those who don't know, folks, the Canaanites are the family who inhabited the land that would become Israel. They were there before the chosen people went there. Starting to sound familiar, right? They tried to get there and do what? Stake their flag to take over the land, understanding what? The power of the land of Israel, which is Eden. You control that region, you control the world. So yes, at one time, the Canaanites ruled all of Mesopotamia. These are they who gave Nimrod his power under Satan. But there's something in particular when it comes to the Canaanites' color. Because the churches would teach us that the Canaanites were black. Well, a curse fell upon the Canaanites. And I'm going to talk about it right here. And the Canaanites intermarried with the Edomites, who are the modern day white people. So they took the curse off of us, off of themselves, and put it on black people. Now, how do we know the Canaanites, listen to me clearly, the Canaanites mixed with Esau are white people? Hold this. Elder Lawyer?
Yes, sir.
We're going to Leviticus 13, right?
Yep. From the top?
Yeah, but before we go there, this is Moses coming out of Egypt. Before we go there, hold on. Before we go there, let me put it on the screen so everyone can see it. Reversing the curse. Let's read it. Hold on. I'm going to put it here so everyone else can see it also. All right, you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get it here. All right. Leviticus 13, 1 and 2. Right? Let's read it.
Leviticus chapter 13, verse number 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron, saying, When a man shall have a skin, or have in the skin of his flesh a rising, a scab, or a bright spot, and if it be in the skin of his flesh like the plague of leprosy,
like the plague of leprosy, read.
Then he shall be brought unto Aaron the priest, or unto one of his sons the priest.
Now,
And
this was a curse, brothers and sisters, that was in the land of Canaan. So the Most High was preparing the children of Israel so that if this curse fell upon them, that they were to go to the priest. Right? Let's talk about this particular curse of leprosy, because some believe, well, it was just a sickness or some type of sickness. Folks, no. Vertigo, where whiteness takes over the whole body, which was a curse in the land of Canaan. Finish reading.
Verse number 3. And the priest shall look on the plague in the skin of the flesh, and when the hair in the plague is turned white, and the plague in sight be deeper than the skin of his flesh.
When it's turned what?
It says, and when the hair in the plague is turned white.
When it's turned what color?
And when the hair in the plague is turned white.
When it's turned white, read.
And the plague in sight be deeper than the skin of his flesh, it is a plague of leprosy. And the priest shall look on him and pronounce him unclean.
He shall pronounce that man that's white, or the skin is turning white, unclean. Now there's a such thing as a clean leper. This is one who's turned white from head, blonde hair, white face, all the way down to its toes. In the Bible, that person is considered a clean leper. A clean leper. Now, why am I going here? This is why I'm going here. Brothers and sisters, from the TSK Bible Commentary, it reads, from the same verse and chapter and verse, Leviticus 13, the plague of leprosy, Tazarioth, the leprosy, from the Greek, from a scale so-called, because in this disease, the body is covered with thin white scales. Now, that's what they claim, right? Now, listen to this. So as to give it the appearance of snow. Whiteness is what? That's the leprosy. The leprosy is dreadful, contagious disorder common in Egypt and Syria, generally manifests itself at the first manner described in the text. The commencement is imperceptible, there appearing only a few reddish spots on the skin, which are not intended with pain or any other symptom, but cannot be removed. It increases imperceptibly and continues for some years to more and more manifest. The spots become larger, generally flat. When it increases, upper part of the nose swells, the nostrils distend, the nose becomes soft, swellings appear under the jaws, the eyebrows are elevated, the ears grow thick, the ends of the fingers, feet, toes swell, nails grow scaly, the joints of the hands and feet separate, the palms of the hands and soles of the feet ulcerated, and in the last stage, the patient becomes horrible and falls to pieces. Come on, man. How many people you seen fall to pieces? So I wanted to give y'all that definition, but all in all, brothers and sisters, the curse is the curse that was in the land of Canaan was a clean leper. Elder Lawyer, give me that with the clean leper real quick. I need you to get
Okay, Leviticus 13, verse number 13.
13 and 13. Read it.
I'll start at verse 12.
Now, this is a clean leper, not the illness. Read it.
Leviticus 13, verse 12. And if a leprosy break out abroad in the skin, and the leprosy cover all the skin of him that hath the plague from his head even to his foot,
you're white from head to toe, a white man or a white woman. Read.
Wheresoever the priest looketh, then the priest shall consider, and behold, if the leprosy have covered all his flesh, he shall pronounce him clean that hath the plague. It is all turned white, he is clean.
It is all turned white, he is clean. A clean leper. A clean leper is how Esau looked when he came out of his mother Rebekah. Now, how do you relate that to the curse of the Canaanites? Look at your screen. Science now. Science. What do we have here through National Geographic? Now, folks, usually a lot of this stuff is dropped in the academy, so please enroll in the academy where you get the real stuff. The biblical sources, the historical sources, the resources, everything, the extra biblical text, historytimes.org. If you're going to enroll, do it now so that, there's no log jam in it, down the line where we're staying up day and night processing enrollments. Please help us out here. Here it is. How do we link Esau with the cursed seed of Canaan? Oh, here we go. Every time we speak of Israelites, they talk about where's the DNA evidence. Well, here's some DNA evidence for you. National Geographic. Tel Megiddo was an important Canaanite city-state during the Bronze Age. Approximately between 3,500 and 1200 BC, DNA analysis reveals that the city's population included migrants from the distant Caucasus Mountains. Canaanites. That's right. Genesis 36 shows us where Esau began to have children with Canaanites, and what came out? That's right. Leprous babies, part Edomite from the seed of Shem through Abraham, and part Canaanite. They became your rulers over Europe. DNA from the Bible's Canaanites lives on in modern day Arabs and Jews. I wish I had a bomb. I wish I had a bomb sound. Because they tell you Canaanites don't exist. And I told y'all in a lesson I did, Who's Edom, that Canaanite hides himself within modern day Jewry. DNA from the Bible's Canaanites, they have DNA now to link white people and some Arabs to the Canaanites of Mount Seir. So the curse of Ham or Canaan isn't on black people. They reversed the curse. We were supposed to be looking at the white as the curse, not the black. So it's time for brothers and sisters to embrace your being, your beautiful hue. Every time you whiten your skin, you are erasing the blessing of Abraham with the Most High looking down on a chosen people. You are erasing your value. When you cover yourself and have that long leprous hair, different colors, you are putting the curse on yourself, thinking you're covering a curse. Hold up, there's more. They are best known as the people who lived in a land flowing with milk and honey until they were vanquished by the ancient Israelites. Now, see, there's a difference between Jews and Israelites. According to what? According to National Geographic. Oh, I can't wait to get in this academy, but watch this. They are best known as the people who lived in a land flowing with milk and honey until they were vanquished by the ancient Israelites and disappeared from history. The Canaanites just disappeared, and out of nowhere became black people in America under white supremacist Christian ideology. But a scientific report published today reveals that the genetic heritage of the Canaanites survives in many modern day, current day Jews and Arabs. The study in the cell also shows that migrants from distant Caucasus Mountains combined with the indigenous population to forge the unique Canaanite culture that dominated the area between Egypt and Mesopotamia during the Bronze Age, lasting from approximately 3500 BC unto 1200 BC. This is DNA. The team extracted ancient DNA from the bones of 73 individuals buried over the course of 1,500 years at 5 Canaanite sites scattered across Israel and Jordan. They also factored in data from additional 20 individuals from 4 sites previously reported. Individuals from all sites are highly genetically similar, says co-author and molecular evolutionist Loran Carmel of Jerusalem's Hebrew University. So that means they know. They always knew. They trying to, but you know what? They didn't think that we would find out. See, but while other people on social media scrolling, having fun, looking at entertainment, folks, this is what we're doing. Listen to this. It says, so while the Canaanites lived in far-flung city-states and never coalesced into an empire, they shared genes as well as a common culture. The researchers also compared the ancient DNA with that of modern populations and found that most Arab and Jewish groups in the region owe more than half of their DNA to Canaanites. Huh? You want to talk about the science? Huh? You want to talk about the science? Elder lawyer, get me. The turning of things upside down shall be esteemed as the potter's clay. Get it? And the Bible says, woe to them that call good evil and evil good. They turned it upside down, folks. And it's to a degree where the white man don't have to divide anymore or try to use any caste system or racism. Why? Because the ignorant people of the world who are in our communities are continuing the caste system, believing that we're not the chosen people, believing that the curse of Ham, according to their religion, falls on black people. Now, how many of you are going to take some cake soap and try to scrub off the blessings of Abraham? How many of you are going to continue to hide what the Most High deems beautiful? Songs of Solomon 1 and 5, Elder Lawyer. And then I'm going to bring in Elder Gabar real quick with us. Then I'll open up the lines. The lines just open. I'm right on cue, 8 o'clock. Song of Solomon 1 and 5. Let's go. Oh yeah. I wish I had a bomb. I would blow it up right here. We've been teaching people for years who the Canaanites were and how they inbred themselves. They intermingled and married within the families of Esau. And now there's unadulterated what? Proof. There's DNA proof. Since they want to say go into DNA. And all you people, why do y'all have the Hebrew and Bible Academy? Listen, we be dropping a lot of stuff on these programs. And the Hebrew and Bible Academy is a class that's structured so that we can have enough control over it. So what? So that because usually people appreciate what they pay for. Okay? If we opened it up and didn't have no structure, trolls would come in, people be speaking, attacking each other. I'm like, no, if you're going to pay for school, if you're going to value the school you're in debt with, you could at least come and learn something that you've never learned in your churches with all the money you paid out there. $150 isn't nothing. For $150 for 3 whole months of information where all these sources are sent to you. It's taught to you in a structured class. You get up-to-date news on what to do in times where you need up-to-date reports. You get Hebrew. You get classes. Where can you find anything like that on earth? So we're just dropping caveats here, but I'm perplexed how people can look at the academy and say, well, how can they charge for that? And you're paying for the computer that you're paying for the computer you're watching us on, and you're paid for the Bible you're learning from. The white man sold you that Bible. Is that okay? He sold you the word. Is that all right? You know, it don't bother me at all because people are nitpicking. Usually when something is of value, you expect critique. But I'm glad you brothers and sisters value the academy and what it brings. And this piece I'm bringing is just one of many things that we'll be talking about in a few weeks in the New Hebrew Bible Academy. Elder Lawyer, Songs of Solomon 1 and 5. Let's go. historytimes.org. Okay? Read it real quick.
Hold
up, Elder Lawyer, before you do that. Now, we just dropped some information that you haven't heard anywhere. How much did you pay for that? You know what it cost you? We just asked you to hit the like or dislike button. That's what it cost you. Let's go, Elder Lawyer. Thank you, Elder Dell. Let's go.
Song of Solomon 1 and 5. I am black but comely, O ye daughters of Jerusalem.
I am black but comely, black and beautiful. See, all of the people in the Bible understood the value, brothers and sisters, of their color. Sometimes you go to the beach, you can't even get to the waters. You got to trip over bodies trying to get dark like us. Okay? Everyone values us except us. And then we hear that stuff, well, I'm not going to get hired because they usually hire people, they ask you about your hair. Don't let no one put you in a bubble. Don't let no one impose their will on you. Guess what? If they're not blessed with your presence, go somewhere where your presence will be appreciated. You don't change yourself for other people. You don't change yourself. And it's time for our women in particular to begin to instill the greatness of a natural daughter of Zion. So what? There's the peer pressure out there. We can't be covering ourselves. It's like Sammy Sosa. I'm like, man, this guy went down so many points doing something like that. He's a rich man, have everything going for him, and still doesn't feel good about himself. He's going to turn himself to what? He look weird. How can one erase the curse? How can you put hair over what the Most High made you natural if you take care of it? Or try to color yours. Try to, really disfigure yourself by changing your colors if the Most High don't love you the way you are. And while we sitting there with these menial challenges amongst each other, with these insecurities with color, all other races who don't deal with this are gaining an advantage. They're doing everything they can to stay ahead of us while we're fighting over menial things. Not having self-love. Read that again.
Song of Solomon 1 verse 5.
Come on.
I am black but comely, O ye daughters of Jerusalem.
I'm black but comely, O ye daughters of Jerusalem. Black and beautiful in the Bible. Christ was a black man. David was a black man. All the disciples, all the prophets were black people. Read.
As the tents of Kedar, as the curtains of Solomon, Look not upon me because I am black, because the son of look not upon me because I am black.
I am black.
Because the son have looked upon me.
Because the son have looked upon me. Now, Elder Lawyer, let's get the next one. The turning of things upside down shall be esteemed as a potter's clay. Then you say what you have to say, Elder Lawyer, and then we're going to ask the question as we open up the lines. I'm going to bring Elder Gabar in next, but we're going to ask the question. Okay, here's the question right here. Right? The curse of colorism. When the curse was originally put on the Canaanites, who was meant to be a servant of servants, Esau, Genesis, the 26th chapter says, the elder shall serve the younger. And the first came out red all over like a hairy garment. And he called his name Esau, a servant. Esau, the servant, along with Canaanites, the servants, came together, created white people who was meant to serve the children of Jacob. And through their influence in psychology and religious ideology, turned things upside down. They made black, the chosen seed of Israel, bad, and they made white right. So it's not upon them. They're the liars. They'll never reverse the curse. It's upon us to reverse the curse and break that religious psychology and not become a victim by acquiescing to it and changing who we are because of it. Let's read it real quick, Elder Lawyer. They're turning up things upside down. Come on.
Isaiah 29, verse 16.
Come on.
Surely your turning upside down of things shall be esteemed as the potter's clay.
Shall be esteemed as the potter's clay. Read.
Or shall the work say of him that made it, he made me not? Or shall the thing
go ahead, finish reading.
Or shall the thing framed of him say that framed it, he hath no understanding?
So now that the truth is coming out, they can't change it now. See? Now they can't say, oh, I didn't know. No. The turning of things upside down shall be esteemed as the potter's clay. Once someone makes a lie out of clay and it hardens, guess what? It hardens as a lie. And there's no way you can change it. If you made a lie, it is a lie. And it shall be esteemed as the potter's clay. The liars made it, and now we can all see it. What did the potter make? The potter made the example of beauty the curse in the Bible. Okay, I think I have something. Hold on. Oh. Let me see. Hold on. Hold on. It says here. Read that again, Elder Lawyer.
Isaiah 29, verse 16. Surely your turning of things upside down shall be esteemed as the potter's clay.
Shall be esteemed as the potter's clay. If you make a lie, it is a lie. So they made the example of righteousness what? White. And while we were asleep, while our people lost the heritage of us being Israel, the Jesuits and others created a doctrine they would teach in black churches, claiming that black people are the cursed seed of Ham through Canaan. When really they know that's their fathers. That's their fathers. White is the leprosy. Black is the blessed. And stop looking for white people for acceptance. Stop looking at other races for acceptance. You are the image of God. Accept yourself as the blessed. And accept the God of Israel who delivered the children of Israel out of captivity. Here's another point. During the Atlantic slave trades, they shaved all the women's heads so they would not know where they all came from. As hair was the woman's identity. One could tell the woman's village, tribe, wealth, and social status you came from, based on the hairstyles the sisters had coming off of the slave ships. Now, check that out. Check that out. You can tell so much about a woman by what? How she wears her hair. It says everything. And they've done everything to do what? Breed and teach insecurity in our women to hide the beauty of their natural hair. There's so much you can learn. And that's why the Bible says baldness is a shame to be bald. So they used to shave our women's hair off of the slave ship. And now every television show have a black woman without hair meeting all the negative stereotypes that they have pushed out there for you, for our sisters, next to a feminine, lily white woman. So that we can perpetuate the curse. When you'll know so much about a woman, how she takes care of her skin and don't cover her skin. A man can say so much about a woman looking at her hair. Because guess what? How she takes care of her hair is showing the care she would have for you. See? Her hair is of one body. When a woman gets with a man, they become one flesh. And if she hides her hair and all these things, there's insecurities that's going to come out later that's going to cause the whole thing to implode. How she take care of her feet, her nails, her hair, whether or not she love her own hair, all of those things. The same way I don't expect a woman, I don't expect a woman to accept this. I don't expect, because what is that saying about this man who don't understand that women of all races are breaking their necks for a man that looks like this? They're standing in line to try to get a black man with you. But something between this guy's ears makes him believe that she wants that. The same way I don't blame a woman for looking at him and saying, you know what? Something ain't right there for if a black man don't understand the value of his blackness. How can he bleach his blessing, which is his outward appearance, and turn it into a Canaanite curse? The same way I don't expect a woman to accept this because something psychologically must be going on there. Sisters have to understand that when you're covering your beauty, you can't expect people to accept what you can accept within yourself. So how do we reverse the curse? We fast. We break ourselves from the world and we fast and say, you know what? Ask the Most High or higher in the name of Yeshua to build us in his image. Sometimes women do it without even realizing what they're doing it. They're doing it. They don't know what to call it. So sometimes women are tired of the rat race, the competition that comes with trying to get someone. Women get tired after disappointment after disappointment, and they say, you know what? It's time for me to do a big chop. I'm going on a big chop. And they because they done messed their hair up trying to keep up with everyone else, and they'll just shave it all off and start from the beginning. And sisters don't even know that's the starting of a fast. When you let stuff clump all in your hair and your pores get all messed up and all that, you don't realize, sisters, the neurological damage that's being done. So sometimes it start with a fast. Let me allow the Most High to make me over all over again, and let my nails grow right, let my skin grow right, let my hair grow in like the powerful woman you could be, without the cares of this world. Why? At the end of the day, this world wasteth away, like the Bible states. Well, Elder Lawyer, I'm gonna let you come on in, and I'm gonna bring in Elder Gabar, and I hope brothers and sisters will understand that chasing whiteness is a curse.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Just to come off the back of that and kind of address things from, the biblical standpoint of, and I'm going to use simply because the article we went into earlier was mainly dealing with colonization.
Yeah.
We know that colonization, for the most part, in our relatively modern time, is a product of Idumean conquering of the world. The Bible states that 4 beasts would rule, and that the Roman Empire would be one of those kingdoms.
Yeah.
And we know that the colonization that we see in this current time is just an extension of the Roman Empire, whether you're speaking about the Germans, the British, the French, what will become America, so on and so forth. And
Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Just write out. And I'm not trying to be funny. I mean, the Most High, I'm going to pray over this brother. May he regain his hue. But what do you think would happen to the internet if one day, Elder Lawyer, I come at the Sabbath service and I have a Mitri on instead of this red hat? And I come out I come out the same color of this guy with the Mitri on. And I'm standing next to Lawyer after being dark skinned last Sabbath.
Yeah, I think GOCC will be finished. We'll be done. We'll have to pack up.
It would have to be some explaining. First of all, I don't believe you'll let me go on coming downstairs or walking into the room with this thing on. So the whole thing is, folks, this thing, accept me the way you are. We had to get out of that. I don't expect no one to accept what I'm going through. I don't want no empathy, no nothing. I don't expect you to accept me any other than how the Most High made me.
That's right.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Elder Lawyer. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Just continuing on. So just making a point that this current empire that's ruling, they're really just following in the tradition and vein of other Idumean empires that have ruled in the past, but more so using a more modern tool of division, I'm going to say. In the ancient times, they more so used, in the case of, for example, Antiochus Epiphanes, they more so used religion and culture, through Hellenism as a means of subduing, dividing, and eventually swallowing up nations to make them more so, come up under the culture, the way of thinking, and the philosophy of Greece. You go to 1 Maccabees 1:41. It says, moreover, King Antiochus wrote to his whole kingdom that all should be one people, and everyone should leave his laws. So all the heathen agreed according to the commandment of the king. Yea, many also of the Israelites consented to his religion and sacrificed unto idols and profaned the Sabbath. So this was a tool in ancient time, using religious philosophy, using Greek culture as a means of dividing and subduing nations and eventually bringing them under Greek rule. Whereas those who were now subdued and adopted this mindset now began to think that they were better than the Israelites who upheld the actual laws of Moses, those who continued to follow the Sabbath, those who continued to be circumcised. They, within themselves, thought that by adopting Greek culture, they were better than their brothers who stuck with their culture, which came through Moses. Okay? In the modern time, again, they more so used the color thing. And this whole dividing along color lines is a relatively modern invention. When you go into the Bible, the Most High don't necessarily divide nations solely upon the line of color lines. The Most High divides nations according to nations, languages, tribes, so on and so forth. And even that division, to some degree, was a curse from the Tower of Babel, where nations began to now be divided into different areas of the earth, speaking different languages, so on and so forth. But that's how the Bible divides nations. The Bible don't divide according to white, black, yellow, red, so on and so forth. If you want to do history into how that came about, you can look into someone by the name of Johann F. Blumenbach, okay, who was a German. Again, Johann F. Blumenbach. He's the one who came up with the more modern way that nations are divided along color lines, okay? So now, last point, the question is, how do we overcome the insecurity that comes with skin color? Exactly. You understand? And the way not to do it, and I know a lot of brothers and sisters, you know, fall into this trap. We may have, before the truth, fallen into this trap where instead of looking at the insecurity for what it is and actually overcoming it and addressing it for what it is and attacking it for what it is and dealing with the insecurity within ourselves, what we do is we reverse the insecurity. Instead of us just saying, look, the Most High made me this color. I have no control over that. Okay? And you know what? I'm beautiful this way. Okay? There's people in the Bible that are this color, so on and so forth. You know, just other ways to overcome the insecurity for what it is. Okay? Opposed to doing that, what we do is we reverse it and now try to make it a thing of blacker is more spiritual. Blacker is better. Light skin shows a sign of weakness, or light skin means that you were raped by white people, or your ancestors were raped, so on and so forth. So now you're lighter. So we try to now flip it by making or imposing the insecurity on others. Yeah. And making it seem like having a different hue or a different complexion outside of the one that we feel insecure about is somehow a weakness for others, when that's not the case. The Most High makes all the color we are. Exactly. According to his plan.
Every white person should be proud of their color.
Exactly.
Okay, they should be proud of how they were made. Who has control over that?
Exactly.
So it's like there's another side of the racism when we began to look at other people as inferior based on how they look. We're still playing into that color game. Great point.
Exactly.
Great point.
Exactly. And that's the mistake. That's the Most High made us all what we are. Exactly. I'm not, as a brown-skinned person, going to now make someone who is lighter skinned or even a so-called white man feel some type of way because of the color they are. Yeah. I'm empowered in my color based on what the Most High made me. You be empowered in what the Most High made you. Yeah. Okay. Don't make it a religion. Don't turn the whole thing. You know, people take the dark skin color and turn it into some type of religious philosophy and mythology, melanin, and you know,
they begin to sensationalize it and make it into some like superior thing, and usually it seems like Elder Lord, they're doing that to compensate for something missing.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? It's like, check out my blackness. That make me powerful. And here it is. Listen, the hood is not short of blackness, and we're on the bottom.
Exactly. But we want to mythologize it. We want to make it seem like, well, because of my melanin, I can fly. Yeah. Melanin, I can walk on water. And I can do all these great things through melanin. Well, why are we suffering with this melanin? It doesn't make sense. It got to be something greater. And ultimately, I want to leave it with this. I want to leave it with one scripture and close out. And this is the reality for everyone, regardless of your race, your color, your creed. You know, this is one thing we all have to recognize, realize, and accept. Okay? No one is more superior than another simply based upon their color. Obviously, there were 4 beasts that were predestined to rule according to the will of the Most High, the last being the Romans, who just so happen to be so-called white people. Yeah. However, their color, just because they are on top, does not necessarily make them superior according to their color. Exactly. That's not what makes them superior. The Most High gave them their power to rule, not their color. Okay. Exactly. So leaving it off with this one scripture. Okay. Yeah. This is Romans 3, verse 9. I'm going to read it down. It says, "What then? Are we, meaning the Jews, better than they, the Gentiles? No, in no wise. For we have proved both Jews and Gentiles, that they are all under sin.
Exactly.
So no one is more superior than another based on their color. We are all under sin. We all need what? Redemption. We all need salvation. None of us are greater simply based upon our skin color. And there's more, but I'll yield with that.
Well, whatever you have, keep it in case we need it throughout the duration of this program. I have Elder Gabar, Gaja. They're waiting on the wings. I'll bring Elder Gabar in first. And we have the phone call. So another thing I wanted to say is deep that we talked about the fantasizing of black as a religion in of itself, how the conscious community was able to creep in and see how they can carve themselves something out of the black community to oppose white supremacist ideology through Christianity.
Right.
So I'm going to go into that when black became a religion. And I'm with lawyer. It's deep that you brought that up because in the next academy, I'm already working on it. When black became a religion, going into the crazy ideologies that people don't even know exist amongst the conscious community. When did that start? You're going to see what created the young pharaohs, the Sinettas, and how Sinetta is really the ringleader of a whole band of chess circus acts that's dealing with all these crazy ideologies. And what are they trying to hide? What have they've been trying to hide for years? What they've been trying to hide is the fact that all of them agree with Dr. York's ideology from the Nuwabics. Now they're trying to separate themselves when it comes to what's going on with the little girls and the rape with Polite and all that. But within the black supremacist movement, when they became to make blackness a reality, a religion, there have always been pedophilia within all of those religions that were pro-black. And we're going to be, so, hey, we're moving R. Kelly. Let me tell you, these guys make R. Kelly look like Gandhi. And I'm going to tell you, they make him look like a converted Malcolm X. Okay. So
yeah,
I'm going to tell you right now, we're going to add that in the academy. We're going into more on portals. We're going to go into the Ark of the Covenant, and the new lesson we'll be working on, just highlighting the conscious community, just not dealing with anything personal. This is what they believe. This is what they believe when it comes to little girls too. And the majority of the conscious community religions, the pro-blacks, you'll hear about molestation and sexual perversions that came out of ancient Egypt. Hey, and I know Gabar is going to want to be a part of this. Speaking of Gabar, let me pull him in.
Yes, sir.
When blackness became a religion will be taught week 9 of the next Hebrew and Bible Academy. You don't want to miss it. I mean, the Israelite doctrine thing was good we went into, but we're going to spice it up a little bit, especially in lieu with the Most High destroying the spirit of a conscious community that has always inwardly been a cancer in our society. All right, let me bring in, hold on, I'm going to hang up and I'll bring y'all right back, okay? You know the routine.
Yes,
I'll be
sir.
right back. Elder Lawyer, a lot of your points were great. Hold on to the points in case we need them, okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Colorism and the Bible. Hold tight. Let's go. 1 second. All right. Hopefully, I pray that Blog Talk worked this week. I pray. Hold on. All right.
Back into a live show. We are reconnecting you now. Your show will go live in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay,
Blog
right.
Talk Radio.
Okay, right now I'm live on Blog Talk. Call on in and give your point. If you have experienced any level of what we would call sexism, I'm gonna bring Elder Gabar. I'm not sexism, but colorism. How did you overcome those experiences? Were you under the curse and believe that you were less than based on your color? And how did that impede you? We're going to talk about that also. Without any further ado, that's right. We have Elder Gabar.
How you doing, Elder? How we doing? Can you guys hear me?
I'm blessed by the best, brother.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear. The floor is yours. We're talking about, of course, you hear the topic, the curse of colorism. There must be a demon behind colorism. And could it be religious indoctrination, switching us into Ham when they know that really the cursed seed of Canaan was the mark that we should look at when it comes to those who would deceive the world? The floor is yours.
Well, I got so much to unpack. I just wanted to, sometimes I go all over the place. So let me try to be as focused as possible. So I want to address first the Sammy Sosa situation. I remember that was just yesterday. Being an Afro-Latino Dominican man from the Island of Española Dominican Republic of the tribe of Simeon, I felt some, I was proud of my brother Sammy Sosa when there was that whole Buck McGuire and Sammy Sosa race for the home run. And I remember feeling proud as a Dominican man saying, hey, here's a brother that, he's in the elite of baseball. So I felt some pride with that. He broke my heart, although, because I remember that was when I was in the height of the One West ideology, right?
Okay.
So I remember when that whole thing was coming out in the early '90s, with him and the other brother, Mark McGuire, and there was rumors that Mark McGuire was taking steroids. You could clearly see he was a broke white man, and I was like, you see, our brothers. Israel don't need steroids, brother. It's a natural black man from the Dominican Republic, a tribe of Simeon doing it, right? He's gonna cheat, right? So he broke my heart when I found out that not only Mark McGuire was taking steroids, my boy Sam Soldier came out second story to give it a big scandal. That was like, no, not brother Sammy Sosa. And then after that, when he began to bleach his skin, he broke my heart again. And the whole thing behind that was that his wife was, she was like a famous Dominican soap opera person in the Dominican Republic. And he wanted to kind of tap into that whole soap opera, Telemundo novella type of situation.
Okay.
But his wife kind of encouraged him, like, babe, you're a little too dark. They're not going to accept you. Because when you look at these South American countries, most of the soap operas and all that, they usually choose the lighter skin people to represent their people. So, he bleached his skin and it went terribly wrong. So he broke my heart, dealing with that. But, Elder, going back to the colorism, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it is profound because when you went into India, the caste system, and this is not only something that is in India. I remember in the Dominican Republic in South America, if you date lighter, you are advancing the race, as they used to say. Always advance the race, man. Date lighter. I remember my father was a darker skinned man, and my mother was a lighter skinned, and my grandmother didn't want to marry my daughter off. Now, in those countries, in my country, my grandmother already was a widow. She had a son and a daughter. And, at that time, when a man wants to marry your daughter, that's a less mouth to feed in your household. And if you're poor and you don't have much resources, you welcome a man wants to marry your daughter.
Mm-hmm.
So racism went so deep that my father, it took him a year begging my grandmother to marry my mother. And she said, listen, I'll do it, but and my father, although he was a dark Dominican man, he was a successful businessman in the Dominican Republic. He had business in the Dominican Republic. He had a cab company over here. He also had a bodega. He had a partner, also a bodega, and also he was a pastor. So you would think that this light-skinned Dominican woman would be like, "Hey, you hit the jackpot."
Yeah, that she would have preferred him,
right?
With his accomplishments, but his accomplishments in the Dominican wasn't really enough without the whiteness, without the lighter skin.
It took her a year to be convinced, right? So I'm looking at that and I'm saying, okay, so this issue of blackness, and Elder Lawyer explained it beautifully, that it has become a religion within our black community over here in the Americas. But now we see that it's a global issue. And I'm looking at something, right? Check this out, Elder, right? And I think you and I talked about this. I look at the word Ham, right? Or let's go to the word Cush, right? Now, Cush, we all know, is the father of Nimrod. Now, when you look at the word Cush, right, and it tells you Cush means black, right? It gives you definition. So it's going to give you the first definition. It says a Benjamite mentioned only in the title of Psalm 7. I guess there was a Benjamite brother that his father and mother called him Cush, being the word Cush means black. That's proving, white people would name a son black, but that's a side note, right? And the second definition says a son of Ham, the grandson of Noah, and the progenitor of the southmost people located in Africa, right? Now, the definition came from the people that put this website together, the Blue Letter Bible. But when you go into the Bible, it says that Cush had his first son, Nimrod.
Yeah.
Nimrod established the kingdom of Babel in the land of Shinar. Now, the land of Shinar is not Africa.
Exactly.
So I think what's happening, Elder, is psychologically messing with us, because now we're saying, okay, if the Bible gives us a record that Nibala is another country that the Kushites set up, that's all the way in India.
Yep.
So I need to know the history. And this is a question on, local school education, people in the education field. Where was this major migration of Cushite going to Africa?
It doesn't exist.
Exactly.
It doesn't exist. Africa was always an extension of Israel.
Exactly.
There was no migration of Hamites and Cushites. And now all of the families of Ham are predominantly North African.
Exactly.
The Canaanites end up linking in with Esau and developing the royal families we see today. And our people, after being pushed in 70 AD by the Edomites, ran into Africa, which was an extension of our homeland, Jerusalem.
Mm-hmm.
So there was never no thing. They try to put Cush on us, Ethiopia on us. And this is what I'm saying. Brothers and sisters, Elder Gabar, they have to cut these cats off when they start talking about black pride and begin to invoke Ethiopia and Cushites. That's clear deception.
Mm-hmm.
But go on. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because even when you go into the book of Jubilee, and it gives you more details of the land that Ham took, and the Cushites and the Puts and all the Hamitic tribes. They mention Greece, Lebanon, Shinar. It mentioned mostly, I would say, the Middle East, a little Europe, with a little Africa somewhere in the Levant region. As far as they went, it was Egypt. It would be Egypt, in regards of or maybe North Africa.
Yeah.
Right? But the majority of them, the majority were more in the Middle East. Yes, sir.
Yeah, what people don't know is the land of Shinar was based in Iraq, but it went from Iraq all the way into, that was the base of Shinar, from Iraq all the way into India.
Exactly.
So no, Shinar was never a part of Africa.
Mm-hmm.
But go on, I'm sorry.
So you would think, Elder, and I was calling Deacon Aaron because I wanted to, see if he came across anything, that in the tongues being divided,
yeah,
the Cushites, Nimrod, and we'll know through history there were different Nimrods, right? Because there was a family tree,
yeah,
right? That they were probably stood there in that area.
If what you're asking, and I have the proof of, it is correct.
Exactly.
The original Cushites are and were East Indians.
So all the evidence, and I'm going to yield with this, and I want to use calling to the modern time.
Yeah.
That even when you look at ancient depiction and artifacts of the Hittite, for instance, they are credited historically with the first of chariots in dealing with war, right? They're credited in history for being the first people to create chariots, right? Whether that be true or not, but they're credited with that, right? When you look at their phenotype, they look more Middle Eastern than African. And they did DNA testing on the people of Lebanon. They have a high percentage, 90% of the population that had Hittite DNA.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I think there was a mind control that they touched. First of all, they created a caste system throughout the whole world. They find out what were the majority of the tribes of Israel. They have not been mixed among the nations, Africa.
Yeah.
They, about 100 and something years ago, well, I would say about 200 years ago, I don't know, give or take, when Darwin came in, and he began to teach that Africa is the creative civilization. Prior to that, all the historians used to use the Bible as the guideline. If they had a biblical centric perspective on the origin of man.
Exactly.
It was not until Darwin began to shift it to Africa as the creative civilization, but it wasn't Africa. It was Shinar.
Exactly.
Iraq.
Exactly.
That's why all the ancient artifacts are found in where? The Middle East.
Exactly. Right on.
So right now you got the caste system throughout the whole world, and now you're making the Israelites that were, I would say, mixed less from all the other tribes, right? Because Ephraim were making some among the nation. That's kind of like so not all the other tribes, right? That tribe kind of the northern tribe will be mixed among the nations, so they will lose some of their you. Not to say that I believe that all of us had different you at that time. Yeah. We had different reflection, right? But they began to demonize that particular phenotype.
Yeah.
And I believe, and I think I mentioned this before, that is the phenotype that Christ had.
Exactly.
And that's the reason why they want to attack it. Yeah. So I yield with that.
The cornerstone that not just our people, but the world rejected. They're rejecting it because they're antichrist. Let me tell you, folks, think about this, folks. If Christ looked like them, do you think under Judaism they would be rejecting him?
Mm-hmm.
Christ would be the most famous black man, a white Jewish person that would have ever lived, that all people respect, including black people, as a Messiah. Why aren't Jewish people embracing him?
Mm-hmm.
Because why? This is why in the annals of Rome and all secular history records Christ as a very dark-skinned man.
Mm-hmm.
They would rather push atheistic teachings amongst them to question whether or not Christ existed.
Mm-hmm.
See, they don't want you looking into Christ's history because the Bible isn't the only source that records Christ. Secular history has Christ's stories, including the Roman annals. And everyone knew in the Roman annals, even when Pompey came up against Jerusalem during the time of Julius Caesar, and the Maccabees joined with Julius Caesar against Pompey. That's right, brothers and sisters. That's right. They know, we know the history. That was them going against the black people. Christ was a black man, and you can read this in secular history. Even in the annals of Rome, it records Christ as a barbarian, a revolutionist barbarian. And the Edomites deemed black people barbaric. All right. Now, Elder, let me tell you. Yeah, go ahead.
Elder,
no, go ahead.
And I want to yield with this because I think this was kind of funny and ironic, right? So check this out. So I just looked up a question that says, which country are attracted to the black skin the most, right?
Yeah.
And I put it in this particular list. It says which country are attracted to black women the most, right? I just put there. And you mentioned Rome, right, Elder?
Yeah.
You know the number one place that they are attracted to the black skin is, let me read it. It says, this is from the New York Times, right? An article. It says, in Italy, I keep meeting guys, the black woman who travels for love. It says that African-American women are traveling to the country for love and finding it, in Italy. So okay. They put a list of countries that black women are
frequented.
Yeah, like no, they men are attracted to them, right?
Okay.
Like a list that let me see here. Where can I find it? But anyway, all of them were Europe. France was up there. You got of course Italy. So when you look at the countries where the black image or attraction is the strongest, it's in European countries. But everywhere else, they look down on the black skin.
Hey, Gabar, really predominantly on this side of the world.
Mm-hmm.
But let me tell you, especially if you're black American and you go into Europe, man, let me tell you, blacks in general are highly respected and sought after. Not just black women, but black men. All in Europe, the Greek islands, you name it. And and in Egypt, forget it. In Egypt, you can absolutely forget it. I'm talking about you're not recognized as anything over here, but you go over there and automatically you have almost a celebrity status without being anyone, just being black American. I wanted to put that out there. That's deep that you bring that out there. I was thinking about that earlier. It's deep that you brought that point up. But
right. So everybody wants to be white, but when you go to white Europe,
they want the blacks.
Or when you want to go into the place where black women or black people are sought after in regards of for a romantic relationship.
Yeah, sought after.
Right?
Yeah.
It's in Europe, not Africa.
Let me tell you, they love black people there.
What's going on?
But yet we hate ourselves.
Right, exactly.
And you know what? And guess what? When you see, let me tell you, over in Europe, and I'm not putting anything, I just need sisters and brothers to understand, to come from behind their shells that we've been hiding ourselves under. When you go over there, it's not all the aesthetics or the outside thing. It's not the nails. It's not the hair. They want the natural black woman. They want the natural black man. That's all they want. It's over here. They've been pushing this androgynous mix, hide yourself behind aesthetics and all those things over here. And we're still not getting accepted with all the outside stuff. And I'm going to tell you what changed the game when I was coming up. And sometimes I'm going to bring it Elder Gaja in one moment, Elder Gabar, if you're done. But this is what changed the game for me when I realized, this it's okay for me being dark skinned, right? Because why? Growing up dark and not filling out fully as a young man, you're not going to be the first choice when it comes to little girls. And see, but that didn't affect young men like that, because young men realize I'm going to grow into myself. Okay, I become athletic, you begin to work out, and eventually I'm seeing my dad and all these people like my dad. That's going to be me in a few years. So we think a little different than young ladies growing up in school, right? It's like, well, okay, I'm not all the way there now, but I know this dark skin is going to work for me later. And that's the same stance our sisters should take instead of, but they go through that metamorphosis in school where women are unforgiving with each other, against each other, and all that competitive. And they take those ideas that were shaped through those attacks they experience or the insecurities they experience going through junior high and high school. And this is what women put on other women. And they grow up believing that the world is the same as it was when they were in school. And I think that's the hang up with our sisters. But I'm going to tell you the changing point for me in school, because I started growing up, exercising, whatever the case is. And I know you're going to laugh, Gabar, but here's the thing that changed things about me when I realized, you know what? I believe this black skin is going to work. and I'm going to show you when it happened. When Prince came out and he was on this album right here. When that went down, I'm like, okay, there's a chance.
Right.
When this went down, I'm like, you know what? I'm straight. Only thing I have to wait for Wesley Snipes to come back out and I'll be straight. But when this happened and people started flocking to this, and let me tell you, and that's what my father told me. My father said, listen, boy, don't worry about it. Don't be chasing no girls. Girls don't know what they want at this age. They go after the shiny stuff. But you just work on yourself, continue doing what you got to do. Make sure you understand how to make enough money to provide, stick in believing in, at that time you saying Jesus. He says, but you're going to be fine. He says, son, I never had any problems. But I'm going to tell you, Gabar, when the world started accepting this as the norm and girls started thinking that was cute, I'm like, you know what? There's a shot for brothers. When this went down, I'm like, listen, if this is what you got to do, I'll be like Paul. If I got to go out like this, I'll be Paul. I'm gonna tell you that right now. So that, and all the high tenor voices and all that, and I'm like, well, no. My father said, you say right there, continue. You gonna be fine, son. And I'm like, well, it seemed like they like, it's Billy D. Williams and El DeBarge and da. He says, boy, let me tell you. Watch them at 50 and 60 and watch how we go at 50 or 60. And that's not casting one against another. He's just saying, listen, just keep yourself healthy, eat, drink, eat, put the right things in your body, believe in the Most High. And guess what? Embrace what you cannot change. Embrace it. So I'm going to leave it there. I have to keep it with the elder. I'm going to place you on hold real quick if we can. Sir. And I'm going to take a few calls and I'm going to bring in Gaja. All right. Hold tight. Gaja, hold tight. I know you want to come in. Let's open up the lines. All due respect, because Prince, the late great Prince, was a serious talent. I'm not going to say anything negative about that. One of the greatest talents out there. But when that album came out, I'm like, well, okay, eventually, the Most High is this thing going to level set itself. Black going to come in somewhere. All right. All right. Yeah, we straight. All right. So let me. I'm like, listen, if I got to do all that, I'm good. I'll be like Paul. All right. So let's go. 515-605-9327. It doesn't matter. Are you happy the way the Most High made you? It doesn't matter if you're black, white, Chinese, Arab, East Indian. Have you been affected negatively through colorism, and have you allowed that curse to overtake you? Okay. into an unhealthy state mentally. 816 area code. And if so, how have you overcome that? 816 area code. Let's go down the line. Micaiah has a comment.
Elder. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You're in, Micaiah. What city and state? Well, the state, we know your name, Micaiah. Where you from?
Kansas City, GOCC body.
Oh, my brother from another mother, Rebecca. Talk to us.
Yeah. Had a comment. By the way, the lesson is very, very informative and always on point. I actually got a Oxford Companion to the Bible book, and in it says that the Ham, the Canaan curse of Ham, or the cursing of Canaan, his grandson, was actually a racist doctrine. So even the Oxford scholars know that, and it was written by a guy named, the column was written by a guy named Stephen L. McKenzie, and I just thought that was rather interesting. They said the black Negroid skin color and features in order to legitimize slavery and oppression of people of African origin, and they said it was coined, or it was taken from the Talmud, or this doctrine first appeared in the Talmud. But I was just reading that, and I was just like, wow.
And yeah,
and that matched up with everything you said tonight.
Brother, that's great. What is that source so other brothers and sisters can get it? I'll write it. Let me write that down. What is that source you have there?
It's called the Oxford Companion to the Bible.
Yeah, I got a lot of that. I probably have that here, but I'm going to get it. The Oxford Companion of the Bible. I probably have it here, but let's see.
Yeah.
Oxford Companion of the Bible, where it says that the original
companion to the Bible,
where it states that the original ideology framing that black people are from the cursed seeds of Ham was originally a racist doctrine that began through the Talmudists, though the Babylonian Talmud, which Jewish people covet till this day. It's one of their major sources or go-to books when it comes to that, when it comes to their belief system, right? Oxford's Companion to the Bible. Yeah, and a lot of people don't know that. Christians believe that teaching black people in America and the Western world it's from the seed of Ham. They believe that that's a Christian ideology that started amongst what? Christians. No. That started amongst antichrists who believe in the Talmud. So not only have they demonized Christ in the Talmud, they also have demonized Christ's people, the Israelites, who they know and was and are black people. We're not from Ham, but go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about that. I just find it pretty interesting that it's just out there, you know.
Yeah.
It's just out there for us to see, and all you got to do is pick up a book and bam, it's right there. But hey, I just want to say praise be to the Most High, and thank you for bringing this information out so we can start the healing process for our people, because I see a lot of this. But appreciate it, Elder, and Shalom.
Shalom, brother. Good point, and I'm going to look into that book. And I like to say it, and I said it earlier, brothers and sisters. It doesn't matter what the world think of you. We can't expect no one else to love us any more than we love ourselves. We can't expect it. So if there's something we don't, if there's some insecurities that's these hang-ups we have concerning how we look, know that there's nothing you can do. Nothing you can do about how the Most High blessed you or the hue you were born under. Be proud about it. Whether you white, black, it doesn't matter. Be proud about who you are. And another thing is just fix the things we can control. That's what makes us better. When it comes to learning the knowledge of the Most High, learning the Bible, applying His law, treating other people better, becoming a better person daily. Look at yourself and say, these are the things I don't like about myself. And it's just something physical. Guess what? Hey, I can fix that. I can exercise. I can eat right. So the things only fix what we can control. But one thing you cannot control, all this stuff trying to cut yourself open and trying to, deform your body and all that to meet what someone else's expectations. Nah. When you see people with these deformed bodies and all that, you may see one thing, but what I see is a person who doesn't love themselves, where they can't do what's natural to get them naturally to where they would really accept themselves. All right. Sunshine is in the house.
Hi, hi, Elvis. Hi.
The floor is yours. Colorism.
Okay, Elvis. Shalom, hi.
Shalom.
Okay, Elvis. Shalom, hi. Oh, Elvis. Oh, how colorism has affected the whole world, and especially our people, Israel, is an intricate tapestry. The way the ruling class, and particularly Rome, has dumped this belief system in all governments throughout the four corners of the world exposes how indeed we wrestle not with flesh and blood, but spiritual wickedness in high places. And no man could have orchestrated this span of insecurities across mankind without that certain guidance. And the separation of peoples into lower and upper caste systems. And this is not following the rules of righteousness and servitude as stated in the word. Instead, we see the separation of people done to further agendas of do as thou wilt against men, women, children, and to render all who do not fall in approved categories are considered, they're considered dark undesirables within a community, or discardable, or even subhuman. And that's why they measure skulls and all of that. And with this mindset of hedonistic way, this armor of unrighteousness is used especially to drive the world, the ignorant, the destroyed, and the poor. And in this driven spirit, shaped in iniquity, we operate upside down, like you were saying, in an upside down world. So we chase after the false, fake nails, fake hair, fake dreams, and most of all, we trust in oppression and complicitness, and we chase after the smooth things because the caste is set, and we have become comfortable with our station at the bottom of the pyramid. And first we used to excuse ourselves saying, oh, we're unmotivated because of our hard bondage in this last captivity. But as you mentioned, Elder, that we now embrace that slothfulness and low effort and low desire to try and take responsibility as the chosen children and leaders of this world to be a light onto the world and operate, as righteous judges for the Gentiles on this earth. And in majority, we now know the truth, but yet want to stay asleep or go back into that comfortable slumber and let those who conspired against us and destroyed us and our families and attacked our men and our homes and coddled the women into this weird type of subjection, steeped in self-hate, skin hate, nose hate, shape hate, on, to take on all of our responsibilities for our lives. And we, the people, stand in limbo, and we just give up, and we choose to let the nations of servants babysit us and hush the glory of the kings and queens that were appointed. But in knowing the truth and what it means to preserve and grow legacy of the third and fourth generations of them that love him, I'm grateful for the continual reverse of this curse in us and in me. I can now see the nations for who they are. And like Elder Lori was saying, I can appreciate the many beauties that stand before me, but not before my own people. And day to day, I can see that, but I no longer desire the relaxer, nor can my daughters even fathom it or change their blessings in both skin or hair or color to any that's another nation. So now, knowing we are Israel, I can teach my children of their beauty through the ownership that they now have of their powerful, strong, comely foremothers and fathers. And instead of looking at the aspirations of the Gentiles that they've told us that we ought to be, they can put everything or everyone in a rightful place and know the world right side up and remain untouched by the ignorances that they would see, and know and appreciate how truly beautiful they and all Israel are and were made to be by grace from the womb. And that's all I wanted to say.
Well, thank you,
sister. All I wanted to say, Elder.
Absolutely.
Oh, praise the Most High.
All praises.
Praise the Most High.
There she go, y'all.
Praises to Higher.
Sunshine.
Oh, praise the Most High.
In the house.
Oh, bless you, Elder.
Oh, Lord, have mercy.
Praise the Most High.
Oh, yeah.
So bless, praise the Most High.
There she go. There she go. All right, I'm about to bring in Elder Gadja, but before I do so, I would like to thank you all for your continual support of the church. If you would like to support the church, you can go to gatheringofchrist.org. If you don't have Cash App, there's many ways you can donate towards this broadcast. If you like to give us offerings personally or to the church or whatever you deem, wherever you want to support, you can go to gatheringofchrist.org. If these particular broadcasts helped you when it comes to making the correct decisions and helping you with information you didn't have otherwise, and you have Cash App, you can support our broadcasts each week by using the Cash App $GOCC144 donate. We highly appreciate all you do to support the church. I'm going to take a few more phone calls, but yes, $GOCC144 donate is a way that you can actually donate towards the broadcast. Keep in mind, because we're under a shadow ban, even though we're upward on the main channel A Gathering 144 with up to 100,000 almost subscribers, YouTube won't allow us to monetize to actually take in. You understand? There's a feature you can hit in YouTube where if you want to just, I forgot what they call it, you can just donate that way, but they won't allow us to do that. We've been shadow banned and censored for years, and they won't allow us to take in like other people who are actually driving traffic to YouTube. So we'll appreciate it if you can use your Cash App, if you have it, to support our weekly broadcast by typing in $GOCC144 donate. Now I have Elder Gadja on the line. He's going to come in, and then I'm going to take a few more calls subsequent to that. I'm sure Gadja has a lot to say. Hold on tight as, oh yeah, y'all heard me prepping the Hebrew and Bible Academy, right? I was getting it ready. But here we go. Here's a commercial. Then we're going to come right back with Elder Gadja on how do we overcome the curses of colorism. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book. And the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy. You're invited. Go to historytimes.org. Historytimes.org. The next academy begins October 31st. That's right. And I'm going to have a show coming near October 31st on how the Satanists have come out straight out and in full sight where they're targeting single sisters. Usually this time of year, sisters are under attack, children are under attack. So they're using social media to actually seek out women who they know are living without a man in proximity. And right now, when people are knocking on the door, delivering food to your house, delivering things to your house, it's not out of the norm to see a stranger in front of your house on a regular basis. Well, Satanists are operating in the midst of that, targeting sisters who's on Instagram, OnlyFans, as well as Facebook and other platforms. And they're using computer systems to actually understand how many people who are actually logged in to the Wi-Fi on your house. They know exactly when you are alone. And these people are posing as delivery men. So you're going to hear a lot about sisters coming up missing and all that. You understand? So we're going to get in front of that because that's a new thing that's happening in the midst of strangers coming in front of houses. So we're going to talk about that probably next week. But all in all, thank you. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, October 31st. And since we're going into Samhain, Halloween, last week I said, watch your children. Sisters, if you are single, you have to watch how you're operating with social media. Everyone is watching everyone, including the nut jobs, the serial rapists and all that. So that's going to be for another program. I got Gaja on the line now. That's right. My brother from another mother. I'm doing good. I hear feedback.
No, I'm in a hollow room, so it might be the room a little bit echoey. Is that too much?
Well, don't worry about it. I won't say much. You talk, and then we'll have to worry about the feedback. Go on. And then Christian, I'm going to bring you up after Gaja. Christian, I'm going to bring you up next. And Sister Lydia, we have you as well as Jackie. Don't worry about it. I'm going to go through all the phone calls today. Okay, don't worry about it. If you're waiting, I'll make sure I get to you. So if you're waiting on Blog Talk, I'm going to get through all the calls before the broadcast ends. All right, go ahead, guys.
Hey, this is such a very interesting topic, timely, deep, on many levels. You know, growing up in Jamaica, colorism is a big thing here. You understand? Big thing. And as you can see, I'm not the darkest tool in the shed. So there was fours and there's pros and cons. You with me, being my complexion within Israel. But coming into the truth and realizing that I'm like David, Roddy. The truth, the Bible is what really, the understanding of the truth is what really would get, I could say, would get people to overcome shadism, colorism, understanding who you are through Christ, understanding that Israel is a speckled bird. You with me? Israel coming in many shapes and forms and size and all that. You with me?
But Gaja, you have to understand, and you got to tell the truth, right? Like, there is some benefits being the I'll be sure of Israelites, right? Like my boy, the nice hair, like my man Ryan. I call Ryan the Drake of Israelites. They must have their perks. Talk to me.
Hey, listen, tell you what, Elder, Ryan is great. When you talk about like friendly banter or joke, Ryan is always the light skin jokes. You with me and all that, and still about
but go on.
But it's the truth. It's the truth. There's benefits. There's pros. There's cons. You with me? Growing up in Jamaica, you see it. You with me? And it's only traveling outside of Jamaica, coming outside of the island and traveling the world, and you really start to see how how you are viewed. So if you and you said it earlier, the only people that don't love black people is black people. But everywhere else, love the dark skin. They love. You understand me? It's like it is loved right over the world. You understand me? And it's just Israel. Israel is a flavor and spice. Check this out. Let me read a Bible. Elder.
All right, go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah. I'm in the book of Samuel. 1 Samuel is the 16th chapter and the first verse, right? And it says, "And the Lord said unto Samuel, How wilt thou mourn for Saul, seeing I have rejected him from reigning over Israel? Find thy horn of oil and go, and I will send thee to Jesse, the Bethlehemite, for I have provided me a king among his sons." And Saul said, "How can I go? If Saul hear it, he will kill me. And the Lord said, take a heifer with thee, and say, I am come to sacrifice to the Most High. And call Jesse to the sacrifice, and I will show thee what thou wilt do. And thou shalt anoint unto me him whom I name unto thee. And Saul did what the Most High spake, and came to Bethlehem. And the elders of the town trembled at his coming, and said, comest thou peaceably? And he said, peaceably. I come to sacrifice unto the Most High. Sanctify yourselves, and come with me to the sacrifice. And he sanctified Jesse and his sons, and called them to the sacrifice.
Okay.
Verse 6. Okay. It came to pass when they came that he looked at Eliab. Surely this is the Lord's anointed is before me. But the Lord said unto Samuel, look not on his countenance, or on his height of his stature, because I have refused him. For the Lord see it not as men see it. You understand? So this is the chapter that always get me when it comes to when you say you're looking at somebody light skin, dark skin. No, the Most High don't look at that. The Most High don't look at the height of men. You with me? It says, but look now. It says, the Lord see it not as men see it, for men look at on appearance, but the Lord look at on the heart.
Exactly. Exactly.
This is for me, Allah. This has always been the key. This is the key thing. Now, man, we look at the Most High. The Most High don't examine you based on how tall you are, or dark you are, or light skin you are. David was actually a lighter skinned brother. You with me? And he wasn't the tallest amongst the sons of Jesse. So it is understanding that Israel come in a variety of shape, size, looks, everything. But what really matters is the heart towards the Most High. That's what matters above all.
Exactly. Not judging the outward man. Because, man, I see it a lot, man. Especially that cake soap thing is big over in Jamaica, man. Big.
Listen, people tell you that. I've been on the streets in arguments with people telling me that the reason why they bleach is because they get better jobs. And I ask them the question, have you had a better job since you start bleaching? No. You understand? But it's the mindset.
Do they say this just so that people? Because I don't believe they really believe what they're saying. But I think they're just giving excuses they believe people will accept. You know there's something deeply rooted that's causing that insecurity. That who's going to bleach or do something for a job that you may not keep more than 3 to 6 months right now. So I think people say that just to hope that others would accept that excuse. Well, I'm doing it. Okay, you're bleaching your skin for a job. Okay, come on now. And listen, I worked in the corporate world, and I see people make excuses. Well, I do this because the corporate world don't accept me this way in the corporate world. I'm like, nah. When I worked in the corporate world, I was a full-fledged Israelite, and guess what? I had dreads and all that, but I had it plaited down to my hair. And I had a shape up and all that. You couldn't tell that my dreads was all over the place. I kept everything clean. And you know what? It didn't stop me from excelling in the workplace. The same thing as the sisters. I've seen people with natural hair who curled their hair and all that, who didn't have to put stuff on their head to be accepted in the corporate world. So nah. People make these excuses. But go ahead.
It's a deep thing amongst our people, man. I mean, we've got a broadcast, and even with the hair, the perming of the hair, and the perming, it mashing up your skull, it mashing up your hair. But people still doing it, saying that it's more acceptable. And the more when you tell sisters, even men, you see perm the hair, you say, no, man, we like it natural. They don't believe that. They don't understand. There's something wrong. And we are a people in need of salvation, and in need of help, in need of divine intervention, because it's deep. And Jamaica, the cake soap, when you go into Africa, right, the Chinese people are sending in chemicals, right, that are banned in China, banned everywhere else in Europe, and sending it into Africa and the Caribbean and selling it to our people because of people self-esteem. You can look it up. In downtown Kingston, all of the Chinese stores are selling chemicals that are illegal in other countries, illegal in North America, in parts of North America, illegal in Europe, illegal in the countries that they're coming from. You with me? But they sell it here. They sell it to our people. They sell that poison to them. You with me? So people coming out there.
What is that to say about the leadership, about the men who are allowing this in our system? It's like we see the harm it's doing in our society, but yet there's no male representation to stand and say, like Nehemiah did in the Bible, and say, you're not doing this no more.
You see, the politicians, right, in the Caribbean, and I guess it's everywhere now, but it's more evident here. You see it more. The politicians within the Caribbean, within the third world, and Africa and these places are extension of former colonial masters. The only thing different with them right now is that as a skin color. Irony is that you're looking at a black man who is representing the establishment's agenda. He's paid up. Understand me? The Bible calls them greedy dogs. They say, "Oh, let's do this again tomorrow." You with me? There's no love for the people. Yeah. Inspiration for nothing about the people. They're getting paid. You understand me? The vaccine.
So really, so really, I'm not even going to talk about that. But really, when it comes down to it, there's a wholesale change that needs to happen. And the reality is, it's not going to happen on a level in which we'll see a wholesale change where our community would begin to value itself. Obviously, the only fix for all of this is the end. But I just hope that broadcasts like this appeals to those who would like to overcome the curse. There's a lot of feedback, so I got to step out of this real quick, Gaj. I'm sorry. There's too much feedback, but that was Elder Gadja. But really, there is. Okay, put it on mute, Elder Gadja, if you don't mind. There will be no wholesale fix to this. Hopefully, this Holy Spirit, through this word and through broadcasts like this, that we can actually appeal to those who want to live above the rat race and not deal with the expectations and peer pressures of the world anymore concerning colorism or anything that would separate us from the blessings. Hopefully programs like this will be the first step, and having brothers and sisters just accept themselves as they are. All right, next phone call. Going down the line, we're gonna drill down and just go through the calls. Christian has a question. 757 area code.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, Christian. Your location?
Well, it's actually Christian.
Christian.
Yes, sir.
Location.
And, I'm within the Newport News, the 757 area.
Okay, my father's from Newport News. He was. All right. What's your question?
The question I have is, I'm unaware if Elder Lawyer is on the line with us, or if I'm just speaking with you.
Okay, want me to bring Elder Lawyer in? Here come Elder Lawyer. One moment.
Time.
There ain't nothing but a word. He's on standby. Elder Lawyer, turn on your camera, sir. If you may. Oh, there he is. Elder Lawyer is in the place. Elder Lawyer is present. What's the question?
Shalom. My question is pertaining back, I guess, towards the podcast. Pertaining back to earlier today, you mentioned towards, as far as superiority, not being deemed upon color, but as far as, well, you my apologies, Shalakia. As far as earlier this evening, you mentioned towards superiority. My question is to you, as far as that is, would you count as far as individual having superiority whom keep the law versus then as far as color.
I don't understand when you mean superiority, because superiority has a dominant connotation to it. So when you say superiority, what do you mean?
So when I mean by superiority,
let's put it this way, because I understand what you're asking. The Most High more so find favor with those who follow his commandments. Okay? That's prominent more so than color. Like, for instance, you can have a man that's blacker than Sidney Poitier who looked the same hue as Christ. If he's out selling drugs and harming his people, the Most High would have more favor with a white man who have a conscience towards people to do good and follow his law. That's who the Most High would find favor with. That white man who's following the law. Not the black man who's killing his people. That color means nothing if you're evil and wicked.
Absolutely. And if I can read real quick, just a...
Go ahead. Read it, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Just a quick scripture, which hopefully answers the question. Joshua 1, verse 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do all that is written therein, for then shalt thou make thy way prosperous, and then shalt thou have good success. So if you're asking if the Most High has more consideration for those who keeps his commandments, if he looks upon that as superiority or success, the answer is absolutely. More so than color, if that's the question you're asking.
Yes, Albert. And the only reason, or my reasoning behind that question is to kind of go back into last week's Sabbath with you guys bringing, as far as you guys bringing our community back towards the right path, bringing the law. And I remember you mentioning as far as how a sick being should go about it. And you was stating that they should go towards the priesthood and, get help that way.
Yeah.
So pertaining to my question as far as keeping the law versus, colorism.
Yeah.
How you guys felt about that. So thank you a lot.
Like here's an example, right? Here's an example. And I think, Elder Lawyer, you and I covered this poignantly in the academy when it came to Israelite doctrine, right? Usually people flock to the provocative challenges that they see online when an Israelite is contending against a white man. Where that, because it's juicy, it's interactive, it's spontaneous, some people would frame and shape their whole religion around that and make that a doctrine in of itself. Right? So that's a perfect example where this black against white thing becomes a doctrine created by us to gain some level of favor that has really no merit at all when it comes to what? The actions we must take according to God's law to receive the kingdom of heaven. See?
Absolutely.
So many people are focused on this Jacob and Esau debate to the degree where they have omitted the weightier matters of the law and have totally ignored the fruits of the Spirit, which gets us to the next level of spirituality towards Christ's kingdom. See?
Absolutely.
We talked about that. So it all's juicy when you see a white guy come up who don't know anything. He probably just came from a shelter somewhere. He be like, you know who this guy is? This is Esau, and y'all going into slavery. And this guy just want a piece of bread and some soup. He's suffering in the same earth we are.
Right.
But to our people, it's like, oh, he's talking to a white man. This guy just went around the corner. He thought y'all was giving out bread today or something. So it comes a time where we have to look beyond that. And I told you, lawyer, the point that was a changing thing in my life is when I was on the street, brothers and sisters, when I was on the street, 15th and Market, 9th and Market, the two guys that's in Johanna's camp right now came directly out of my camp. Okay. Mahayaman as well as Micah Allah is two leaders in the Israeli Church of UPK right now, or School of UPK, whatever they call themselves. Folks, this is the thing that really began to change my life, reading the Gospels in the book of Acts. One day I was on the corner and I was teaching. I had on all black and red with a cape on. Listen to this clearly, brother. I had a cape on. I mean, it looked like I came out of some superhero movie or something. Black and red mitri. I had this made. I made me one, and I made Recall Karab the same garment with black and red fringes. A white guy came up. And everyone in the camp was like, and I heard them in the back, and I seen the look on this white guy, and he didn't like no racist. He genuinely cared about people, and you can tell. I seen it in his eyes as I was teaching. He wasn't listening to debate. He was listening to not only be converted, he was listening to be healed. And I seen it. And I'm teaching this guy out of the gospel. I was well beyond that stuff. Caesar Borgia, the white man is a devil. I stopped all that crap because I started reading the gospel in Acts and how you need to take this word to the next level and get out of the doctrine claiming that you need to bash some white people that's walking through the hood who are just as poor as you. I was beyond that. Like, it must be something greater than just pointing out this white guy on the picture as an imposter, as a talking point to berate other races of people. Listen to me clearly, brother, what I did. I heard a brother behind me. His name is Kashabia, and I would never forget that. He stood beside me, and he looked back, and he told the brothers in the back, Rikar Shiar is in it again. He's about to do it. Get y'all boots ready for a boot licking. He said, get your boots ready for a boot licking. And I heard that. And when I heard that behind me, it pierced my heart. Because what we used to do when white people came is to have a white man bow to kiss our boots, as taking that as some level of reciprocity or payback for what white people did. And folks, it pricked my heart when I heard that brother behind me say, they moved the crowd and everything, getting this guy ready to go on his knees to bow to black men. And in my mind, I'm like, you know what? There will be no bowing until Christ returns. Every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess that he's Lord.
That's right.
How can I take the glory and have Gentiles bow to me when my Savior isn't here yet? So when he said that behind me, and he was about to get on his knees, and I said, brother, get up, man, get up. He says, what can I do to be saved? And I said, you know what, brother, don't worry about it. Come talk to me on the side. And you know what? All of those guys in that camp, at that point, I was in the Israeli School of UPK. You know what? They thought I was getting soft. I wasn't getting soft. I was getting harder for the kingdom. That's what I was getting.
Right.
They was ready to get all their boots ready to be kissed so that they can get glory in this world. And you know what I told the white dude on the side? I told him, y'all go ahead and teach, man. And I took the guy to the side and I said, you know what, brother? Accept Christ as your Lord and Savior. I said it one-on-one to him. You accept Christ. That's what you do, brother. I'm not in no position to berate another man. The Bible says you can't judge the outward appearance. Suppose that man has a father who's Israelites down the line, a grandfather or great-grandfather. What, I'm going to have my own brother lick my boots or kiss my boots? And brother, that's what it's down to, brother. Because they've made this whole thing a circus to the degree that the gospel of Christ is what? It's with bad reputation with those who should be taking the gospel instead of berating other people based on skin color. And it's really down to elder lawyer what they choose to focus on. The gospel is vast with healing for our people, understanding to get us out of the curses, and pointing to the things we're doing to ourselves. It's filled with information that can help our people, and they can't get over the white man. But right. I'm off my soapbox. But brother, you understand that?
Yes, Elder. And my second question that I had is, the last time we spoke was like a couple months back. And you informed me as far as a body that was near within within Newport News area. You provided an email that was South GOGC. I have not heard back from them. So I was wondering if there's any other way that I can try to find a body close to me that I can start
don't
going
worry
to.
about, brother. You will have a phone call, Christian, tomorrow. How about that?
Okay.
I'm gonna text your phone number right over, and you're gonna have brother AC is gonna reach out to you and link you in with the deacon over in Virginia. Okay, done deal.
Okay. Thank you for that, Elder. You guys have a blessed one, okay?
All right, bless you. All right.
Thank you.
Sister Lydia, 302 area code. Thank you, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
302 area code.
Shalom, Elder. How are you?
Blessed by the best, and his name is Ahia. Talk to us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this powerful subject. Oh my God. The question was, have I ever gone through colorism? Was that the question?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, yes. I've been on this earth long enough to have several experiences, but I won't get into all of them. But I will share one or two.
Yeah. We only have time for one, so just focus on the one that you feel impacted you the most, that you can remember.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And how old were you when it happened?
Well, it happened. I was in my early 30s, and I was born and raised in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and I applied for SEPTA transportation. And my family, they tried to do their best to discourage me from that job because they were telling me that I was a woman and I was black and they wasn't hiring black women at that time. And I remember you mentioning the fact how your family can instill some negative feelings towards their children. And I was one of them that had some of those bad effects.
Okay.
And psychologically, really. But I went and applied for that job anyway. I mean, in fear. And I went and sat down and had the interview with the white gentleman. And he hired me because we had something in common.
Okay,
not because I didn't have the experience.
Okay,
but he hired me because...
I'm sorry, but what's interesting in this story is that the racism and the negative wasn't coming from those who you were applying to get a job from. It's overcoming the negative that keeps us on the bottom that's within our own circles. It's the negative.
Absolutely.
Instead of encouraging us that we can overcome anything. You have people who's predisposed to a failure mentality tells you because they're stuck, you can't accomplish anything. And you know what, folks? I'm glad you picked this particular story, sister. We have a lot of this going on in our community where because you're stuck at a certain area, you don't want to see someone else excel. That's a curse in of itself. And and not only that, this experience happens in family. It happens amongst our circles. That's why it doesn't matter. Growing up, I would immediately separate myself from a negative person that was in my circle, because as far as I was concerned, there was nothing I couldn't accomplish if I didn't put my mind to it. And that's the way it should be. It doesn't matter your race. When you have somebody, well, that ain't going to happen. Right. You know, they only hire white people doing that. I mean, and all that. I'm like, listen, you have to, because usually these people has a ceiling. And these are the people who who don't know how to, you know, overcome their stagnation. So go on. I'm glad you brought that out, sister, because we have to watch people in our family that tells us it isn't possible. Now, what particular people in your family was telling you that they wouldn't hire you? Who were these people in particular? Were they your uncles, your sisters, your brothers, your mother, your father? Who?
Oh, well, my sister, brother, my mom, but my father always told me that I could accomplish anything. And maybe that is what moved me forward in fear to go to the interview, you know, because, you know, what did I have? I didn't have anything to lose, you know. So I got the job, and wow, that brought my self-esteem up so high because I went against my family members in spite of.
Sister, you know what I couldn't stand myself? Because, you know, I live right there at 15th and Diamond, right there in the middle of the block. I mean, I believe that our family was really one of the heartbeats of that whole neighborhood, right on Diamond Street, right in the center. And it was apartment A, B, and C, right? I lived right there at 1526 Diamond. And we had 3 apartments. One thing I couldn't stand is because at one time somebody lived in the apartment. I'm not going to say their name, right? And what I couldn't stand is when I went down, when we would go down the steps, you would have, it was his sister lived in the apartment next to us, I mean downstairs, and she was combing her daughter's hair. And just say if the daughter did something that she didn't like, or she was mad at her daughter. And I used to see her daughter sitting there crying, getting her hair done because the mother was taking something out on her daughter, doing her hair, pulling her hair like this and taking a pic like she was trying to harm her daughter while doing her hair.
Wow.
I experienced this, and I seen this. Beautiful dark-skinned sister. But what's to say? It's here, your nappy hair, da-da-da-da-da. And one thing, I'm like, you know what? And now that I look back at it, I can see how this girl who had long hair, but it was bushy and all that, could not value how beautiful she was. Right? Because everybody liked her, but you could tell she had insecurity issues. And I never could understand that, how you can sit there and move your daughter hair around because you upset with somebody and comb her hair like this. And guess what? That's something in our neighborhoods, growing up on Diamond Street or growing up in the hood, that's actually pushed under the rugs. Right? We sweep it under the rugs and not realize the long-term impact. But really, this happened more frequent than we're willing to talk about. So we'll talk about, and sometimes I have to watch that too, about women covering their hair, not wearing their hair and all that. But there's a lot of internal scars that our people don't talk about, that's inflicted on those who we thought would love and care for us at that impressionable time. These girls, that's abuse. So I've seen that. I've seen people get hit with combs and all that. I've seen girls come to school with hot iron burns on them, all types of stuff happening. That's ignored. But that's so, and that goes to the point. I don't want to end this on a down, but that goes to the point. Is colorism more so self-inflicted than it is the white man setting up a caste system to divide us. That wasn't a white man on the step doing this to a young girl, who not making her realize her long, beautiful, puffy hair was just off the chains. It was nice, but she would rather cut it off than go through that. Right? I digress. Let's go.
Yeah, and another thing is that my aunt used to say that black was ugly. I would be sitting among her, and she would be like, "Oh, she's black, she's ugly," and I'm like, "Black is beautiful. Why do you keep saying that?" I love my aunt to the day, but she hates her black people. I'm telling you. Oh my God! But you know what? I have 2 grown sons. And I reverse that.
Man, listen to this. This is kind of. Listen, I hear someone I see a chat real quick. I'm gonna let you have the last word. Then get to the next call because I have other calls. But there is a sister, Humbleness Zion of Judah. She stated, and I pray that you overcame that, sister. She says, my mom used to be like. She says, my mom used to be like that. And you know what? And I'm glad. Listen, I'm glad brothers and sisters are able to get it out. The Bible says confess it, get it out. Because usually no one even talks about some of what we've been hiding and concealing as scars, and through arrested development, we're still there believing that what? That black isn't good, our hair isn't nice. That's arrested development if we didn't get over that time that we were abused. Verbally and otherwise by those who were supposed to love us. So I'm glad you brought that out, sister, and I hope you've overcome that. But go ahead, you have the last word, and then we'll get to the next call.
Absolutely. I just would like to thank you for edifying your brothers and your sisters.
Praise the Most High.
I have signed up for the academy, the next academy.
Thank you.
I paid the $150, went ahead and got it done and over with.
Thank you, sister.
I will see you Sunday.
Thank you. See me Sunday, and since you enrolled, I'll see you for the new enrollment that starts October 31st. I really appreciate you, sister.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Bye-bye.
And see, I'm glad we're talking about it, because one thing, this is how we break the curse. Because now mothers going to do that special care, not to inflict those insecurities on their daughters, and let them know, listen, that woolly hair is beautiful. That dark skin is the skin of the chosen. You are not to be ashamed about it. And don't let peer pressure break you. Because I'm going to tell you, folks, one thing about sisters who stand in their beauty and all that, when it comes to their hair, their looks, and even brothers, other nations begin to mimic it. Okay, that's what happens. Why you think women try to have the cornrows and the afro puffs is because some strong women stood up and say, nah, I'm going to be the example that sets the trend. That's why. And weren't ashamed of it. Other races are trying to be that way because some people didn't break and feel less than. That's right. They wore their natural selves as the Most High intended. All right, let's go down the line. I only got a few more phone calls and then we'll be done for this evening. Great broadcast. And I don't want to bring some level of, redundancy or overkill, because I would rather keep it nice to where it's at. I believe that this broadcast can heal a lot going forward. All right. So 313 area code. We have Sister Jackie, who have been waiting on for almost an hour. Seems like she's from the Detroit area, the Michigan area. And then we'll bring in Tony. 313 area code. Shalom, Jackie.
Shalom, Elder. How are you?
How you doing? Thanks for holding on. The floor is yours.
So tonight's lesson was just absolutely powerful. I'm super passionate about what you were talking about. So my background has been in the beauty industry where I would cater to women, and I still do, women with hair loss, thin hair, bald spots, so forth. So even before YouTube came out, I was doing hair replacement systems for women and retiring women from wearing wigs and putting them in hair that looked really natural. Okay. So I know how humiliating that can be. The point is that I know how humiliating that could be when someone, you know, wants to wear the hair because perhaps they don't have the hair. They don't have hair on their head. Every woman wants her hair covered because that's our glory.
Okay, well, sister, I'm going to let you, sister, hold up. I'm going to let you go all the way, and I'm not going to interrupt you. But it seems like we go straight to the effect without the cause. Okay? So, because I'm in agreement if someone has damaged hair to do whatever they can to make sure, you know, that's not shown. You know, you don't want to show that, you know, you want to cover up damage, right? Understandably so. But that's the effect.
Yeah.
Right. But this is how we've.
But it's been a paradigm shift.
Hold up. But this is what I'm going to ask you. Then I'll let you roll. I'll just let you flow all the way through. Let's go into the causation of hair loss so that we don't have to worry about fixing hair loss. What is the causation?
Well, there are over 20 million women of color that suffer from hair loss.
I understand.
And when I say they suffer from
it. Causation. Because I know girls growing up where the whole block, there was no hair loss going on. There was sisters with a full head of hair.
Exactly.
So let's deal with causation. So they didn't come out of the womb with hair loss.
Exactly.
Causation.
So from yes, I understand what you're saying. So from my experience doing consultations with women, I found out that it was due to having their hair braided or track out, you know, having the weaves in too long, or their diet, or even medication that they were taking. Okay. So those are some of the causes, or putting chemicals into their hair. Okay. So those were some of the causes.
Okay, so let's go hair loss. Let's go of it. Let's go of it. Hair loss comes from sometimes braiding too tight, allowing the braids understand. And guess what, sister, I had cornrows, and I understand growing up during the Allen Iverson time. I was in UPK and all that, had cornrows, all that, and I would tell somebody in a minute, don't be braiding too tight. You know what I mean? It feel like your brain is about to bust out. So I understand that. Mm-hmm. Having tracks in their hair where they part their hair in the middle and eventually it'll pull out through glues or whatever the case is. And sometimes that's irreparable. Weaves and things of that nature. Keeping things in too long, not actually stimulating the scalp, letting oxygen in and all those things that you need. If you're going to have that stuff, you have to take special care of the hair that's under there. Another thing you pointed out, causation, diet, not eating the right things, not realizing that the pores of your head, guess what? You need to feed your head just like you feed your body. You feed your body all the good stuff, and guess what? The olive oils and the oils that actually goes in your body when you eat, and you know what I mean? You can put some of that stuff in your hair and make sure you condition your hair and make sure you're feeding your head. Your head is a living organism. Chemicals, where the enemy is coming in doing chemicals so that you can be what? A repeat customer to buy hair, so they'll give you the chemicals so that the stuff will fall out. So you'll have to deal with the wigs and everything else. And see, I'm glad you're bringing this out because we have young ladies, sister, who are listening to this and are taking inventory and saying, well, hold up. People just don't come up with alopecia and all these other areas. I'm not willing to suffer long term in my 30s and 40s due to the peer pressure I'm dealing with in my teens and 20s. You'll have more time living past 25 than you did in that short span between 15 and 25. So I'm glad you brought that out, sister, so that people can, even if you're going to wear the aesthetic sometimes, you still have to give your hair even extra attention if you're going to cover it sometimes. So I'm glad you brought that out. But go on.
And one other big factor is stress. Like some people actually lose their hair due to stress.
Okay.
But, you know, Elder, there's been like a huge paradigm shift. Like people really like get the hair because they just become codependent. They're not comfortable with who they are. And so as you were talking, I was thinking about something that Martin Luther King Jr. said. He said, "Judge me not for the color of my skin, but for the content of my character." And so I think, like, we need to be more spiritual focused in terms of, like you were saying, we need to fast as women. We do. And being in the beauty industry, I can say I have been through an extreme process. Sometimes I wear hair, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I may wear lashes. But the difference is they don't wear me. My hair doesn't wear me. My hair is not who I am. Okay. Lashes is not who I am. And that's the problem. I've seen people, their whole character change into something that's not lining up with the word.
Okay.
So what I wanted to say is that as young women, we have to begin to just really examine ourselves. There are so many things we used to couldn't change our nose. We would say, well, we can't change our nose, we can't change this, and we can't change that. But the world has found a way for us to change all of that. And what we need to change ourselves on the inside, because true beauty comes from the inside out. It comes from building character. You know, you're not beautiful because you're light skinned or not beautiful because you're dark. It's because of the character in Galatians 22. And we have to be willing to pull away from people and build that character, because honestly, I've never felt so good about who I am becoming in Christ, because I'm growing in Him, and true beauty is true beauty that's coming out. It's
Praise
not
the
about
Most High.
The hair or whatever, but I take pride in that too as well. And so what I want to say to the women is that you are fearfully and wonderfully made, and we have to meditate on that. We have to own that. Like, we are fearfully, and the Most High didn't make any mistakes when He made you.
Exactly.
You know, there's no comment. You know, nobody look like you. You got your own blueprint, and you have to own it. You know, and you have to, like Elder said, we have to fast to pull that character out and not cover it up with the hair and cover it up with all these outward things, because at some point you got to take that off and look in the mirror and love that person. Love the person that got curly hair. Love the person that, however your hair is.
Thank you, sister.
I appreciate it. That's what I wanted to say. Elder, thank you so much.
Fantastic information.
Shalom.
Fantastic. And see,
Shalom.
And these are the conversations we have to have, not being judgmental, not understanding brothers and sisters' journey that got them there. Because why? Some of us have made our own errors, and if we had a chance to go back and do it better, we would. But all in all, we can do it better. We do have an opportunity to fix and go back. Understanding our children are us. That's how we fix it. We make sure our children become a better version of us. That's how. Somebody say, if I can go back, I would fix it. Guess what? The Most High put us in position to do just that. Hence these conversations. All right. Now, this leads me to what we're going to talk about in Patreon. I wasn't going to talk about it, but since we're talking about health, I might as well show this right now before I pick up the next phone call. I'm going to just take the rest real quick. Please give me 2 minutes per call so I can go through all of you, and we'll conclude the broadcast. It's been a great broadcast, which tell you the truth, there's no need in overkill, like I've mentioned earlier. But I must show this since I'm going to go into this a little bit on Patreon anyway. What brothers and sisters don't know that's affecting their health. 11 American foods that are banned abroad. A lot of this is affecting our health inwardly and doesn't know it. Hair loss, diseases, whatever the case is. The number one thing, Mountain Dew is banned in most countries. I used to love Mountain Dew, but it's banned. Mountain Dew have been promoting an extreme wild lifestyle since its initial release. It contains brominated vegetable oil, BVO. BVO. Okay? And it goes into it. The countries Mountain Dew is banned is the European Union, India, and Japan has banned Mountain Dew. Well, guess what? How many of you have this in your refrigerator right now and wonder why you're losing hair and everything else? Post Honey Made S'mores. That's right, by Post. Is banned. It's banned in most countries because it's a human carcinogen. Carcinogen means it could cause cancer. Hydroxylene BHT. It's banned in the UK, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, on and on. Skittles, number 3. Skittles. It's banned. Why? Because of the products contain yellow 5 and yellow 6. These are causing issues in our children. It's the third, Skittles. RBGH or RBST milk. That's usually the normal milk that isn't organic inside our supermarkets. And it's carcinogenic. American Cancer Society talks about this. It contains RBGH. You got milk? Hey, well, based on this, which is banned in European countries, Canada, a lot of places will not accept U.S. milk, and it's because of that. M&Ms. M&Ms are banned in a lot of countries. American bread products. Jimmy Dean Delights turkey sausage, egg, cheese, honey. All of these things that are made in America, including their bread. That's why we have to buy organic bread, or go to Google and type in a bread recipe. You'll be amazed how easy it is to make your own bread and put it in a slicer and slice your own bread. Australia and Europe have banned American bread. Oh, here we go. Having your chicken washed in chlorine, which is number 7, chlorine washed chicken. That's right. It's banned in most countries. Number 8, instant mashed potatoes. And this instant life, I don't know what's going on with this girl here. Instant mashed potatoes. Okay? It's banned. It has a carcinogen which causes cancer. It's banned in Europe, European Union, Japan, and all of that. Speaking of what's affecting our hair and our body negatively without us knowing. U.S. pork is banned in most countries. Why? To affect the cardiovascular system and cause hyperactivity, behavior changes, you are what you eat, ban the use of drug ractopamine, which are used the majority in the United States on American pigs. Now, pigs are an abomination in of itself, but we are not to eat pigs, let alone American pigs that has a carcinogenic agent that have America's pork is banned in over 100 countries, brothers and sisters. Over 100 countries have banned American pork. U.S. breads and rolls, I already talked about that. U.S. beef that's not grass-fed is actually banned in most countries. Okay, so I'm going to go into the health side more so on Patreon this coming Friday. You go to A Gathering, Patreon.com/A Gathering 144, and we're going to go into that because they're doing a lot to this food that's actually having brothers and sisters exhibit the symptoms for what's going on right now. I can't talk about it here. We'll talk about it Friday, but I thought I would mention it before we go off the air. 340 area code. Tony, how are you?
Hello.
We have 2 minutes
Elder.
per call.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Okay,
2 minutes
no
per
problem.
call right now.
Okay.
Talk to us.
Well, I just want to say today's lesson was really great because I struggled with loving myself as a dark-skinned woman. I didn't start noticing how dark I was until I came here to the United States. And I came and I was living with my dad's side of the family, who are actually dark-skinned as well. So they always used to call me, Duppy, Blacky, and they used to call me names and just tore me apart. And I was 6 at the time, and I just never understood how can my family member who looked just like me, call me names like that.
It's just
So growing up, I was
it seems to me it's that this damage is more inflicted through our own people than it is white people. Right? I've seen so. Because I've seen so. Listen, white men be breaking their backs to try to find dark-skinned women sometimes.
Right,
so white people don't have a problem with dark-skinned women. So I think this is something self-inflicted and that needs to stop. But go on.
Right. So that made me insecure growing up to the point where I started bleaching myself when I was 20. But I didn't realize how pretty I was until I moved away to go to college in West Virginia, where, the other races were finding me attractive. And it's like, okay, I have these people who think I'm pretty, but my own people don't find me attractive.
Yeah,
what's the issue?
Sister, your own people did find you attractive. You were damaged by your family, and you perceived that the other people on the outside of your family thought that way. You see, that's part of the curse.
But growing up, you see on TV, I'm
gonna tell you, it was your family that instilled those insecurities, and you believe that everyone else was viewing you through that. And I know this because I came up with dark-skinned girls and all that, and then after speaking with them, and you would ask them, where you getting this perception from? I think you're pretty. And then when you start talking to them, they say, well, my family, my brother used to always call me this. My mother told me this when I was growing up. So really, women begin to internalize that and believe the attacks that's going on in their family is how the men on the block or around are actually viewing them. And therefore, women begin to shy away from approaching or getting approached. And it's time that we break that stigma. Right? But go on. I'm going to let you have the last word before getting to the next call.
Right. So I was 26 when I started to realize that, me being dark-skinned is okay because there's nothing I could do about it at this point.
It was always okay.
And right. But it wasn't until I started reading my Bible and I'm just I'm focusing on the wrong things. I'm focused on my looks when I should be focusing on, the fruits of the Spirit. How do I obtain those things? Because over the time, you get bitter, you get angry, you start to possess these personalities that's not attractive. So I had to reprogram myself to learn how to love myself. I cannot say I love God without saying I love myself first.
Exactly.
How can I say I hate me but love God? I can't put that in the same sentence. So until I started to get back my faith, and I had to realize that there's certain qualities that I need to have, which I don't have, which is love, joy, goodness, forgiveness, all those other fruits of the spirit. I didn't have those, but I want someone to find me attractive. But based on just my looks, but my personality was horrible. So I had to learn how to reprogram myself and get my mind right and my soul right, and then focus on other things.
Thank you. You know what? It's just a great call, and you're better for it. Blessings. And I'm sure the Most High is going to bless you with someone who can appreciate what others couldn't. Bless you, sister. And I like to say this real quick, because some people put out there, well, you know, brothers out there had a preference of red bones and all that. Sisters, I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm going to tell you this right now, right out. How y'all view things is entirely different than how men view things. See, what women do sometimes, we'll talk about it. Maybe the guy you wanted a red bone. And you'll begin to internalize that and believe that's everyone. When really that's an anecdotal for that particular scenario you dealt with. And women do that sometimes. They internalize things and believe, nah, all guys wasn't chasing red bones. Maybe the guy you liked at the time liked the red bone. Okay, so that's part of the curse. Who that? Elder Gabar?
Yeah, Elder. Let
me bring you in.
Yeah, I got a question for you. Having this conversation and listening to Sister Testimony, I got a question for you.
Yeah. Let me bring you in so they can see you.
Absolutely, Elder.
I'm glad you're there. One moment. Let me bring them in so you can see you. But see, I'm glad, Elder Gabar, that we're having these conversations.
Yeah.
Because these are the things that people, kept internalized without actually getting over these things, right? And I'm sure some other people are experiencing this on the side, not saying anything, but are taking inventory to come out of their shell and just accept and understand it's okay being who you are, who the Most High made. But go ahead. I'm listening to you, Elder Gabar. It's you.
Yeah. So I wanted to maybe run this by you. Do you think that, this negative stereotype that this is not all black women, but the negative stereotype that, black women are tough and unagreeable and combative. Do you think the tide into that stereotype comes from being told by our peers, black is not beautiful, you're ugly, you're ugly, black beat, it's always the black associated with the word ugly, that kind of created a attitude, because it's like projection, right? If you think you're not good looking and someone is hitting on you, you're going to think, okay, he just probably wants to just have a fun night with me. He's not taking me seriously because I'm ugly and black. Yeah. So do you think that, and of course they're not ugly, right? Because black is beautiful. But do you think that psychologically messed up our sisters in our neighborhood, that it couldn't even affect their relationship? He cannot love me. He cannot really be real. I think he's cheating on me. There's no way he cares for me. Because a man, I've been told that I'm not this, I'm not that. So I just want to, hear your thoughts, and maybe that's a connection.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you, the Western world in general did a horrible job on women in general, not just our sisters, and it came through setting a standard of beauty that would drive a market for beauty products. It was more about the bottom line. You make more money instilling insecurities in people. Right? When usually traditionally, we gain our value as a people, man or women, based on what? The family's expectations for their children, not the world. Right? So that's number one. it did a bad job because they have to go out every day to compete in a market that's driven on this market was built, brothers and sisters, right out on developing insecurities through women. This is how you get them to purchase things.
Yeah.
Right? But I would like to say this real quick. Okay. I would like to say this real quick. Right? Men and women are different. The Bible says, give honor to the woman as the weaker vessel. So when you say certain things that will actually be an attack on woman's beauty, because believe it or not, women beauty, the hair and all that is really what cuts the ticket for them in life. Right? On what husband they'll have, you know, their dreams concerning the house they'll have. Their beauty is a key component of that, and has always been. You know, men are very visual, and usually the prettier women get more chances, right? So when the Bible says give honor to the woman as the weaker vessel, right? We have to understand the impact of words when it comes to what we say to women, our little girls, and especially because, like, listen, sometimes we have fights and all that, right? Growing up as siblings. How many times my sister called me, you black, ugly roach and all that? And you know what? It didn't have no effect on me. My sister darker than I am. And every time we had an argument, she called me black. I'm like, well, that's clear. That it seems right to me. Right. The hue of I've seen. Okay. But I couldn't have said the same thing to my sister without it having a long-term effect on her. Mm. That's the difference, Elder Gabar.
Gotcha.
You can't say that to a young girl in which beauty is all they know growing up, or the lack thereof. We can't say nothing that will actually compound the already negative thoughts they have of being dark skinned. So I could never call. Yeah. I thought my sister growing up, she was absolutely beautiful. All the guys around wanted her. Right? So, but I know as a man, I could never say to my sister what she said to me and it not have a long-term effect on her. It didn't matter what she called me black. I know, listen, I was cool with being black.
Right.
I'm like, listen, hey, can I be anything else? I'm straight. But I could not have argued with my sister and called her what she was calling me, because women, they may build a tough exterior for themselves, Elder Gabar, but they're fragile. And when it comes to their looks and all that growing up, that can make or break them. Right? Mm-hmm. But go on.
Yeah, and I think you're right, Elder, in the sense of this, because, well, I know you're right, because I experienced myself. A man, he could know he's ugly, and it doesn't affect him in the same way. He could, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. A man would know, a man was like, look, yeah, I'm this and that. And I think there's something in our DNA in regards to men, that even though we know our shortcomings, we will still try to compensate with money, a job, let me hit the gym, and somebody's going to like me. And women are not really attractive or visual as men are. So I think it's less important how a man looks than what a woman are, because women are ultimately more attracted in how protection, if you could protect them, if you're strong, if you're someone who they deem to be a protector, right? It's just human nature.
Yeah.
So the damn, like, you know, a woman could be like, yeah, I know my man is ugly, but I still love him. He's good to me. He takes care of me. He's protects me, right? And that it's not like a big thing. For a man to say that, you understand what I'm saying? It's so I think it affects women more, because looks is part of the human nature. Us men were more visual, so we first attract a woman over their, a look. A woman could be won over by a man who's less attractive if he has other components, like, you know, if he's wealthy, if he's charismatic, if he's a protector.
Yeah.
It's not as important in men in regards to look, physical appearance. So I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah, beauty is absolutely important when it comes to women. Because women, and this is why I said that, and I'll say this, when it comes to any woman, when it comes down to it, we can't change, or a sister cannot change the color of her skin. But the things that she can control to become more desirable and feel better about herself, this is where the work must be done. And that's with a woman or with a man. Okay? Woman, or listen, I can't change who I am, but I can become a better person. And guess what? If there's something that I'm looking in the mirror that I feel need to be fixed, that I'm insecure about, it's my job to fix it, right? Thank you, Elder Gabar.
Yes, sir.
You can stay in. I'm gonna take the next few phone calls, and then this has been a great broadcast. All right, 443. It's good discussion, and above all, non-judgmental. I even gave some of my own examples. Listen. I remember people, you know, growing up, you know, would call me all types of stuff, and I'm like, hey, okay, good. My father would say, listen, boy, don't worry about it. And then you know what happened, right? Right, Gabar? You know what happened?
What happened, sir?
I'm gonna show you what happened, and it changed the game. New Jack City came out.
Yeah, exactly.
Nino Brown changed the game.
And you go back to the Motown era, man. You know, it was always known that it was always, and I think a lot of it, we know that it takes much more than just looks to be successful.
Exactly.
I'm joking. With men. But let me give you one example. You see the size of my nose? You see the size of my ears? Yeah. I had this size when I was a kid. I caught up to my nose. You know, Elder, I was gonzo. I was, you know, but it was like, hey, listen, it's what it is, you know. And let me give you the sisters an advice.
Yeah.
In regards of this. Because even us talking, you know, Elder, you know, they used to call you this, they used to call me that. And you see how we're comfortable talking about it? It's not even a thing that we
Exactly.
I gotta make note. Okay, so let's move on. And if sister starts just being that confident, because confidence is sexy, is attractive to people.
Yeah.
When you're confident, and you're, you know, so I'm saying, sister, own your flaws and say it. It's not a big deal. It's just it makes you look even more attractive because you're not hanging up on these little short things. So
exactly. It's like we can joke about things, but sisters, you know, sisters are nurturers and they're empathetic by nature. Right. So when I say my sister said that, well, why would she say that? But that's a woman, you know, that's a woman's natural reaction. Oh, that was cruel. No, we are men. Okay, that doesn't affect us like that. Okay, what doesn't hurt me makes me stronger. And guess what? Sometimes we have to have thick skin, right? So I just wanted. I'm glad you brought that out.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna keep you in as we take these calls together. 443 area code, Sister Danita. Sister Danita, you're live. 443 area code. Okay, there goes Sister Danita. Okay, we're going to open it up for Angela. She has a comment. 207. 207. Okay, going once, twice.
Hi, Elder Recall.
The floor is yours. Where are you from? Where are you from, Angela?
Can you
Where
hear
you
me? Okay.
Sister, hold up. Hi. Are you listening through? Are you listening through YouTube?
Everybody,
or are you listening through the Blog Talk? Because this delay is not going to work if you're listening to me through the computer, through YouTube.
Blog Talk.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Blog Talk. Okay. When I was growing up, I was around the black girls. I'm mixed, multiracial, but I know that no such thing as that. The black girls used to hate me because of skin and used to call me white girl. I know it sounds like at least you were called white instead of dark skin, but it affects me also. I'm a person, not a white girl.
Okay.
So
it's good to hear it. It's good to hear it from a different perspective because we don't know we hurt on the other end too, right? But go ahead.
Right. And when they used to call me ugly, I used to look at them like they were crazy. Mother, I said, Mom, why do they call me ugly? What does ugly mean? I didn't know what ugly meant. That's how silly I was.
Children can be so cruel.
She said, you're just jealous because you're cute. So it never affected me. Excuse me?
No,
it never affected me what the girls said. A lot of times I just didn't want to be around girls. Excuse me? A lot of times I didn't want to be around the black girls because they had such insecurities. They were ignorant. I hate to say this, but that's where our mother left us there in that neighborhood. And I wasn't trying to be better than anybody. It's just that I was a better person. I wasn't a better human being, but it did leave a scar on my face a little bit, but after that, I didn't let it bother me. I just kept my distance because I didn't want to be around that nonsense, just like I didn't want to be around the nonsense on my mother's side. And they used to call us, they're herders. They're nothing like us or anything like that. So
hey, sister, I got to place you on hold because your phone is bad. It's going in and out. I do apologize. Your phone going in and out, blinking out. You have a good story, but I apologize for that. But she's saying that, on the other hand, Elder Gabar, her being light-skinned or biracial, she also experienced a lot of negative, a lot of berating from the dark-skinned girls. And guess what? I grew up seeing that too. I would see sisters get together with razor blades and put grease on their face and try to jump the light-skinned girl or the girl that was pretty in the school or the new girl because she was getting a lot of attention. I've seen that too. So that is a scar that's left on girls that grew up pretty, where they can't, where pretty girls cannot operate in their natural feminism. They have to become hard. Why? Growing up to fight these girls who are jealous. And see, I've seen that too. And we have to stop that stuff. I mean, I've seen that with girls get together and they'll berate a girl. They'll try to instigate a fight because the girl is pretty. And that girl, all these girls that you see light skinned or pretty, or other, even little dark skinned girls who are pretty and stood out, how they have an outward, they have what you would call a hard exterior, and all that, and talk tough and all that, and try to be masculine. It's based on the fact that, Elder Gabar, they had to defend themselves growing up from girls who, girls who were jealous.
Yeah,
that's something that happened too.
Yeah, they developed that tough exterior, and that they will probably, that the good looks will be dismissed or counted out because now they develop this tough exterior.
Yeah.
Because they're afraid to look pretty, and because that is a sign of weakness. Yeah. So I think that's a great point.
Yeah, and it's not relating pretty to light skin, because I know a dark skinned girl who was Cherokee Indian. Her father was black, but her mother was Cherokee Indian, but she was black, but she had beautiful hair, and they used to try to jump her and all that, and she was dark as me. So that's another thing. That's another thing. A lot of jealousy and envy that we need to overcome to break the curse. And sometimes, Elder Gabar, I've seen scenarios where people had to move their children out of the neighborhood in fear of what might happen to them in public schools, their children in public schools. I've seen this too. And folks, that have nothing to do with white people. They don't have nothing to do with white people setting up a caste system. I mean, we have to do better.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Let's see, Gabar. I think this is the Gabar from South Kakalaki.
Thank you, South Carolina.
Shalom.
Hey, Shalom, Elder. How's it going?
I'm blessed by the best, and his name is Ahia. Talk to us.
I'm from the St. Louis body out here.
St. Louis.
But
okay.
I experienced colorism yes, sir. I think I experienced colorism at a real early age. My mom, real quick, my mom is black and Mexican. My dad is black. They had 4 children together, and out of the 4, I was the darkest one.
Okay.
And out of those four, I was the one who had the fine hair. You know, I took after the trait of my mom with the Mexican hair, so I had the fine or quote unquote good hair.
Oh,
you know,
shucks
so I was,
now.
from an early age.
Okay. No. I'm gonna tell you,
so,
Gabar back in UPK, I seen a few of his pictures growing up in the mid-20s. I'll tell you, boy. Oh, Elder Gabar had that Billy D. Williams going on, but of Israelites. But maybe you was in that phenotype.
Yeah, I just grew up into my nose.
The Billy D. of Israelites. There you go.
Exactly.
Let's go.
Yeah, so you know, I was always told that I was adopted. You know, I was Somalian or Ethiopian, and because of me being the darkest one out of pretty much the whole family, and with the finer hair. You know, so I didn't get the whole nappy head thing. I got the you got the good hair teas and all of this and all of that. You know,
okay, all right,
and the dark skin jokes, and of course this came from school, but it kind of hit different when it came from home. You know what I mean? And I didn't realize that it affected me until probably about 10 years ago. But that's my quick experience on it. You know, and real quick, I remember when my brother, we used to get into a little physical fight, and he's lighter than me, and he's on a lighter skin, and I would get we would go at it, and he may get the better hand of me in an altercation. But I would receive the worst of punishment because he bruised easily. You know what I mean?
Okay. I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
That's my real quick experience.
That's the benefits. You get into a rumble, and when you're dark skinned, you don't see the bruises like that. Yeah, I've seen that. But another thing, and feeding into some of the stereotypes, and I'm glad someone in the comments pointed it out, how you said because your hair was fine opposed to coarse, that you had the good hair, right? And
that's what they say, yes, sir.
That's what they say, but I'm gonna tell you, Christ got the good hair, right?
Yes, sir.
White
Absolutely.
like wool. I'm gonna show you the reverse of all of this. We're reversing the curse, right? Like, how do you know your hair is fine? How do you know it's good? Guess what? You throw a pick in and it stands up. That's the Most High stuff.
Hey, I can throw a pick in mine. It's still staying. Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. There you go. It still catches. That's good. But I'm just saying, we're going to reverse the curse. Good hair is whatever the Most High blessed us with, whether it be slick and whether it be woolly. The diverse textures, the Most High made them all. Right. So that's what the good hair is.
Yes,
whatever's growing out of your head. Thank you. Bless you.
Shalom.
Okay, don't make me put up that picture of Prince again on y'all. All right, last call for this evening. Otis, 336 area code. We had a good time tonight. Thank you, elders. All you elders who have given your time for the program. I'm going to relax. Make me a nice cup of tea and enjoy. I want to see the outcome of this particular broadcast. If you, brothers and sisters, indirectly have received something positive that can help you throughout your life based on this particular topic, I would like to hear from you this weekend, this Friday in particular, on Patreon. Okay, because I think that after this we can move forward off of colorism, right? Last call of this evening. Talk to us, Otis. 336 area code. Where you from?
Oh, yes, I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina.
All right, talk to us.
Charlotte, North Carolina. Yes, I just wanted to respond to something you said about how you love more in Europe than you are in America. And I was young then. I joined the military. I've been in the military. I retired. I was retired back in '95. But when I was over in the early '70s. '73, I was over there in Germany. Now I spent 10 years there, and I tell you, it's true what you said. You're more loved over there in Europe by the European women than you are by in America. And I had a lot of European women and there, and because they like black men, and I thought it was a well-known thing.
You gonna get lit up. You're gonna get lit up in this comment section with all that talk. But go ahead, I'm listening to you.
Well, yes, I almost married a German person, but apparently the Lord didn't want that. But I've been married now for 42 years to a black woman. But anyway, during that time, I agree with you about the fact that European women look forward to being around black men.
Oh yeah. I think it's being seen more so than ever. More so than ever now that they have opened up the floodgates and are promoting more so interracial than traditional marriage. And we have to take a good look at that too. Why is that being promoted? They went straight from intersectional promotion into interracial promotion, right? But it's really about cutting off cultures and traditions. That's what it is. If you have two East Indian people together, they're going to more so instill the traditions of their family, of the traditions of India. And they'll continue that traditions in their home. But if you get an East Indian who married a white Jewish person, what of the children? See? Now you just have to teach them to be Babylonian and cut off from both of their traditions. They must now create a new tradition, a tradition called American. See, and that's the scary piece of interracial scenarios. You have to watch that you do not cut off the traditions and values of your forefathers. So this is what they're doing, folks. They went from intersectional, and the people caught up to that and say, listen, there's enough of this crap. We don't want to hear it no more. We don't want to see it no more. Whoever you with, have that be in your bedroom. That's your business. It's already been there. I don't want to see it on TV. I don't want to see it in commercials. I don't care about that. So now that people are pushing back, they don't move to that, and then they'll have a sister sitting there lifting weights on a commercial with Afro puffs and looking nice, and every good black sister they have, then you'll see a Chinese dude jump up and he start running on a treadmill. I'm like, what, they're married? What is this? So that's the next phase of the total confusion out there, to cut people away from the ties and traditions of their forefathers by promoting intersexual and interracial relationships. Now, to me, I'm about my nation. I'm about what the Most High says concerning that. And I'm judging anybody for what they do. But you have to understand, when they promote something as much as they're doing, it's at the expense of what? Righteousness and true tradition. Okay. And they're willing to sacrifice their own. Yeah. But go ahead. I'll let you have the last point here. Yeah.
Well, I just want to say that but I've been married now for 42 years to a black woman. And during that time I was young and I didn't know that better. I left home, but I joined the military back in the early 70s. But now, I'm glad that I was married a black woman, and also glad that I also met GOCC. So this is the best thing ever could happen to me. I spend at least 10 hours a day in the Word. So I just love it. I just glad I'm in the Word.
How old are you, sir, if you don't mind me asking?
Thanks very much for all you say and do, and I listen to you every moment. I don't miss a day yet.
How old are you, sir?
I am 67.
67. Look at that, Elder Gabar.
and righteous.
The work is getting done. The work is being done. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Man, welcome to the family.
I thank the Lord for you. So.
Oh,
thank you. I love Elder Hannah. He does a great here in North Carolina.
Oh, yeah. Elder Hannah is the man. A matter of fact, I want him to call in next Wednesday and give me his journey. Yeah, because we did a 12-year journey. Elder Hannah from New York, call in next Wednesday and give us your journey, man.
I think that's profound, because I remember about, I would say 7 years ago, myself and Elder Hannah, we sat down and we had a man-to-man conversation. He gave me all the doctrinal issues he had with the church. We went over the scriptures and I respect that conversation. I always remember that conversation because I remember him being, straightforward man to man. And then we sat down, and then I thank the Most High that He gave me the wisdom for him to, at least use me as a tool to have him overcome those little doctrinal situations. And then we became closer for it. And then I'm looking for it because he has a lot of history. He has a lot of history that he could share. Absolutely.
Okay, Elder Hannah, next Wednesday, we want to hear your journey, man. So, all right. Well, with that, the curse of colorism.
Thank you for you and Elder Loria and what you do. Keep doing what you're doing. I just love it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thanks for all your support, and welcome to the family, sir. All right, that concludes our broadcast for this evening. Stay blessed. That's right. We will soon see Israel. And I have to go out with the song. And don't forget, the Most High say, Israel have mixed themselves amongst the people. Which means, keep in mind, there's going to be some Israelites that look just like the other nations. So be careful not to judge the outward appearance. The spirit of the prophets are subjected to the prophets. Okay. With that, shalom. And that's right. Destroy the demon called colorism. Shalom. Thank you, others. Come on.
The East is where we're from.
Shalom.
The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With the great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. So we be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Nepali from the islands of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, the highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us at gunpoint. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A high gatherer in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, a highest gathering in Israel.